So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is...
What up? What's up? What up? Big shout out to everybody popping up to the show for this Hot Mic Friday. What up, fam? What up? Want to give a big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What up? To all my people out there in the Shark Tank. What up, Sharks? I ain't get a chance to go, and do my regular thing because, with the talking thing going on. And, I just didn't want to be talking over that tonight because it's going to be like a serious conversation. But I'm still got to represent my Shark Tank. Big shout out to my man Eli Monster, Fat Farm Ray, 6143, my man William Torres. Big shout out to King Solomon. Big shout out to my man Burning Star. Shout out to my man Talk of the City Kennels in the house. The one and only Mr. Dickie Foster out there, Deep South Country. What up, fam? Fat Farm Ray, I see you, fam. My man Mr. Damian Dasher. The one and only represent Arkansas, Louisiana Combine, the one and only Mayhem Kennels in the house. My man Lock It Down Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My brother from another mother, my main man, Jermaine Hunter in the house. What up, fam? This party. Sorry if I don't miss anybody. And y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to my main man, M1. M1, what up, fam? The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Big Gio. What up, fam? Shout out to Future Kennels. What up, fam? Yo, Don Don. What up, fam? Hey, fellas, hope everybody is, dealing with this weather situation. Thank God we're here in Florida. It was it was a really warm day down here. Had a little rain, but temperature starting to change. Things getting a little bit colder out here. You know what I'm saying? But I want to first and foremost give thanks to everybody who supports the channel. That's first and foremost. Again, we're coming into a new year, and even for ourselves, we're trying to, instead of have just be all over the place, have constructive conversations this year, because the dog game took a beating last year, as we all know. And do you expect to get better? Nah, because it's only gonna get better when the people with the dog start doing better. So try to reach out there and give an insight. So a lot of things that we talk about now, we was talking about 30 years ago. But 30 years ago, it was, believe it or not, I'm gonna just say this, because that's the way I felt about it. It was a lot more honor and integrity, you know what I mean? Even though it was a lot of BS that happened and went on, people were more aware and handled the dog game as it was supposed to be, which was like a business, and when we get away from the reality of what it really was for us as business, is where things kind of got shaky at. And that takes me back to just to give y'all a quick insight. We did that video on the importance of a second. And I remember when I was telling people how, in our kennel, everybody had a specific job. My job was always to handle the business side. So I guess a lot of people must have thought it was crazy, because I used to always demand, always, we had 2 towels, 2 sponges, and 1 bucket. That was mandatory. I used to be anal about that, because remember, everything starts, at the scale. All rules, everything that you go over, it had, there's a point in time for it to take care of all that. So we always made it a point to have 2 towels, make sure they had 2 sponges and 1 bucket. And during wash, I would always, lick the dog. And people thought that was crazy to hear that. But, I was never a fan of whose fault it would be if we ever got rubbed. You just don't come out and ask somebody if they're gonna rub. So that was just something that I just took serious. That's the only job I really had, was to make sure everything was all right. So to me, it wasn't, I didn't look at it like it was crazy or I had to trust somebody. In business, you don't trust nobody. Preferably, trust only takes you a certain way. In order to do any business, trust gets the person to sit in front of you. To actually do business, you don't dive into any business trusting anybody. If you keep business as business, then they word is they bond. That's what contracts are for. But the purpose of the 2 towels, they used to think that, the purpose of the 2 towels, well, generally when you wash the dogs, right, you dry them off. And so I always looked at it, I didn't want nobody, we had 2 fresh towels, the referee gave out the towel when they wrapped their dog up. I was always with them and the dog. So I always was to make sure that the dog never was touching their clothing. The dog always stayed in the towel. you know, this, and it was just part of our ritual, the way, and some people, they might not have liked it, but yeah, there was never supposed to be an argument because, again, I am no different than you. I'm gonna do everything that you doing. So, and we're gonna keep this, and leave it up on the dogs. Reason for the conversation, the gotcha theory. That's what I always used to think it was back in the day. They got, I got you, you know, because, you know, street people, y'all know how it was. You go to get something, you get the poo-poo, and then you be wondering why you got the poo-poo, knowing damn well if you had been doing business right, you wouldn't have been getting a poo-poo because you would have been checked your shit, And look at it from the way I look at it. Somebody just got you. You did something wrong and they got you. And then sometimes that can relate to that same got you attitude can be, it can also hurt certain people. When you got a man that you're doing business with, man ain't never done nothing, always been a man of their word and everything, and the hunt go down and all of a sudden your opponent loses and the first thing they're gonna say is, I got robbed. I got robbed. And some people use that as an excuse of why they lost. You know what I'm saying? And the reason I put that in the gotcha theory, because the person runs around and talk about, oh, I got robbed, I got robbed. To me, that they slandering a good person. They're making excuses and belittling a good person. And I use that's just another version of I got you. That person got that person back because they put that out there, that gossip, they put it in the air. And then before you know it, it spreads like wildfire. And then everybody's saying, well, I heard so-and-so be rubbing. Based off of something somebody said. That's I got you there. I need everybody to hit that like button and participate in that poll. I see it on there, M1. Appreciate that on the super sticker fam. One love, bro. With coming in with a two-piece, getting that party started out right. I need everybody, at least for the ones that's out there and as y'all watch the show, participate in the poll. Because the poll, you try to get 100%, but 100%, as long as people gonna have opinions, that's not gonna ever happen. But it's not about a right or wrong answer. It's actually about how people have certain opinions on how some of the things that they do. Now, we all know, and you've heard us talk about and had conversations when it come down to these dogs about people lying on papers and dogs ain't bred the way they supposed to be bred. The dog wasn't champion. The dog didn't, never seen the dog. No history on this, and all kind of craziness. But in that same gotcha theory, there's players, always gonna have players involved. The reason I bring that up, okay, anybody familiar with Sports Center and how Stephen A be talking, and he's a journalist, so he can say the things that he want to say about sports, but it's hard to see or or hear Stephen A try to tell somebody how to play a certain game, and he always addresses his panel in that way. Now, I didn't play the game, but he'll revert back to the person who did play the game, and he'll make his comment, and he'll let that person who played the game or was involved in a certain sport and get their inside look on as a team player and how it was to be part of a team and some of the things that went on. Remember, he always went back to the person who was associated deeply, whether it was through management or even as a player, he would always give them that room because at that point, they're going to speak from firsthand experience where he's speaking from complete um, his opinion on a situation. And that's how I feel about the dogs. When you have a chance to go back to a source, and you're talking to a source, or somebody who's actually been in the game, doesn't matter, who it might be. I just put that out there because, again, your experience in the game is always going to show in your achievements. And that's how I look at how do you weigh the decision making aspect of the game to where you don't fall in that I got you theory. Again, it's about, first of all, who's telling the story, who wrote the book, or who's telling the story. I mean, these things always have something that mattered. And I don't take nothing away from people who do, their journalistic deeds. I mean, that's what journalists do. They always got an opinion, and it depending whether you're working for Fox over here or CNN, you got two different parties being represented. To me, that's the way I look at it. It's supposed to be a news channel, but they always, they seem biased. So when do you really ever get the true story when you got two different opinions on how things are done and held? That's why this country is in such a, it's always stays so divided. And actually, that's why the dog game fraternity is so divided. And to save me, I don't understand. I'm still kind of lost, and it baffles me sometimes because I deal with majority of my life dealing with the dogs, not in total, but because of the hobby, it was a major part. And I never could understand, okay, like take my mentors, for instance. Got to remember at some point how we got close. How do we get them to start talking to us? How do they start sharing information? How did I get a chance to see a lot of the things I seen, or heard and sit down and talk to them and heard the things that I had a chance to hear? At some point, I had to take them for what their word was, basically, because again, they didn't have any reason to lie. Not to us, because again, it's not a matter about, how and who's telling the story. When you're dealing with the source don't have to really tell you shit. And I'm just talking from DOGMEN's point of view and an underground point of view. And when I say underground, I'm talking about street activities type things. No one's never supposed to know what you do unless you tell them. They can sit back and look at you and, well, I think he do this or I think he do that, but they don't know. The only way they'll ever really know is not based on what they hear from somebody else. How about just going up to that person? If you want to get in, talk to them. If you're worthy of a conversation or worthy of getting some business done, at least you at the source, and it's up to that source to be able to look you in your face and tell you if you're worthy to be even worth even talking to or sharing anything with. So that's how I looked at information, getting information, learning things, being careful of who was doing the teaching, And then I had eyes to see what I needed to see based off the information that was given me. I had a chance to be there and see the results. And I'm cutting out the gotcha shit. You know what I'm saying? The job was to cut out all the bullshit and all the myths and the lies. And people say people don't tell you everything. Well, that's not actually true, because I teach a lot of people. I mean, I've taught a lot of people over the years how to do, well, a trade, have a trade. And in the process of teaching that trade, I just didn't teach them how to go out and fix it. I actually taught them how to actually be successful when it came to actually getting out there on your own, and how to handle people and prepare yourself to run your own business and how to deal with your own people. And that's how I kind of felt about all my mentors. They were always not just teaching me about the dogs and every aspect of it, but also teaching me how to be a better person, being a youngster growing up. So I think that's what we're getting away from in the now. Because back in the day, we didn't have access to all the information that we have today. Like all the different internet shits, all these different podcasts, all the things that comes behind that type of shit. And it's easy to sit there and put out a line. Like, take you back, when people said things about Tant. Okay. I'm just using David Tennant as an example. Because if he was around back in that time period, wouldn't, and you was really into these dogs and you got around, you wouldn't really need anybody to tell you about David Tant. Because it was anything that you hear today, I didn't hear anything that was supposed to be a shock, for me now. It wasn't about what David was doing back then, kind of, he wasn't no different than everybody else that was in that circle, Jack and Bill, Fergie. I mean, remember, they had their own little circle. Y'all, Crenshaw, just look at it. Look at the time period. Look at how things have changed from then to now. So it's easy to sit back and hear all the stories now, but see, you didn't live back in that time era. You wasn't doing it back in that era, so you didn't understand and see the things that we seen. Because regardless of what Tant was doing or Crenshaw was doing, and we knew the kind of people they were, it didn't stop us from dealing with them because, again, you remember we had rascal shit on our yard. We had shit from James Edwards on our yard. We had a triple bred Jeep dog on the yard. I mean, we dealt with a lot of these guys, the people just think it was impossible to deal with. A mill buster and them. I didn't. The stories they tell, the people tell, and you don't know a person is a whole lot different than the story a person can tell when you do know a person. Because sometimes stories are told because somebody might have had a beef, or somebody might have felt like they was wrong. That's just like the rub thing. You got beat, and you're gonna blame it on the rub, and then you're gonna just put that out there, and now you're giving everybody a chance to throw their little swirl on shit, which creates a whole bunch of bullshit. And sometimes that actually hurts people. it's gotten so bad now. I actually see people out being sued for slander and having to pay crazy money. You know, which wasn't really ever. I know Dog Game was underground and everything, so you know. But some things is just to know that you can hurt a person's reputation nowadays legally and be sued for that shit. I mean, they pay major, major funds for that shit. Now, yeah, I've seen people get sued for saying shit on podcasts. I mean, I've seen a couple of them instances where people been out there saying shit on them podcasts and then wind up being sued and have to fork over a whole bunch of money. Now, you know how slander works. You say something, and when you're being forced to having to stand on it in the court of law, you better have some proof to stand on what you said about that person, or you're going to wind up paying that person a whole lot of damn money. And it don't matter why you said it or how you said it. The fact is that you said it and you said something wasn't true. Now, how does that work in the dog game? I think you can hurt a person who lies and you have facts on them lies. It's not, I mean, sometimes they pay to tell other people, hey, so-and-so, he did this or he did that. And it's up to that person if you want to go do business with him, because some people say, well, they ain't never do nothing wrong to me. You got to give them people that room, because only thing you can do is tell somebody about your experience. Like we talk about Chico. Never going to put Chico down based on the dogs. Chico, again, the dogs was never the issue. It was always going to be the person with the dogs. The dogs don't have nothing to really do with it. The putting the shit in the dog's mouth, the telling. That's the Chico that we knew. Evolution might have a different story about that same Chico. But that don't take nothing away from the dogs. It just talks about the person. That's not a rumor when we talk about it. Unless anybody else ever had a bad experience, all they can do is basically base their opinions based on their own experience. Don't take our word for the things that we've been through, because I'm pretty sure we wasn't the only ones there that day that he wound up telling. Hell, that's out there in the universe now. It wasn't just us that knew that. A whole lot of people that knew that who was there. So that story could have came a whole lot of different ways, but one damn thing for sure, it was enough people who knew exactly what he did on both occasions. A whole lot of other shit. So that's not putting nothing down with his success or what he does. That just us telling our experience with a person. Now, does that hurt that person? That all depends on, if it's true or not. If it was a lie and it hurt him, then he would have every right to cuss me out and talk shit. He would. Because he would come back, you telling him that damn lie. You wasn't even there or some shit like that. That I can understand them kind of things. But where y'all fail to understand, there's a lot of things that I've heard people say on here, and they try to act like we don't know what we was talking about, like we wasn't never even there. That's the whole point. That's the whole point why we said, because you wish we wasn't there. You can bring that question to other people's, but then fact gonna always be in our favor. Because the problem is, we wasn't the only ones there. And when you start using what I would call subliminal conversation, when you just put things out there to bring question, to bring doubt, to save faith. You know, that is where I get caught up in the gotcha theory. Because everybody who do that, they got you. They really got you. You want to believe, like, you remember Bernie Madoff? Good example, Bernie Madoff. I mean, the biggest pyramid scheme of all times. Of all times. Why do you think he was so successful in pulling off the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time? What made him so successful at pulling that off? Because in order for him to get and mess up the amount of money that he messed up, which was billions of dollars, he had to have something that made them people believe that he could do what he said he could do. Where did it all go wrong? That's the whole key. Look how long he did it, and look why it all went wrong. Because he couldn't keep maintaining what he did. That's what it was. That's how he got caught up. He couldn't keep maintaining that lie. Okay? That was, to me, that's a great example because, again, I look at certain people out here and they say and do certain things, and you know, because the ones who don't know, they just don't know. But for the ones who do know, we know you're going to get caught up. And it's all going to come crashing down. And then I look at the people who was running behind him and saying, got you. He got you. What the hell? You're supposed to be this all-experienced so-called dog man, you know, supreme mayor, know every goddamn thing. But you're down here running behind a piece, you know, a person who really ain't never even been inside a fucking box to even know what it is to even. I mean, that part I don't understand. I mean, I get lost on that because and that's not to put anybody down. Don't get me wrong. But this is the type of society that we live in. And I know when Mo get in, he gonna take you back to some of the great folk tales, you know, with the Maurice Carvers and the Mayfields and the Tants and all these great dog men that, you know, I done seen their names shit on and trampled on, but every damn time we put up a damn pedigree, they all in it. Regardless of what that damn great dog was bred like, all the conversation and all the different stories about that damn dog. How you gonna hate on that part? We can always talk about the person. They might have been a shitty person. Okay, got it. All right, so. But this is a dog fraternity. This is about bulldogs. Last time I checked, bulldogs, there's a way, facts speak for it theyself. Regardless of how Midnight Cowboy was bred or how Honey Bunch was bred, how you gonna take away from the accomplishments of the damn dog at this point in time? And remember, I'm saying at this point in time. So look at all the years that I'm talking about. That's a lot of damn years. Did it change the results? Nope. All it did was, regardless of what the story was, what the facts tell you. What's the fact of the matter? The fact of the matter was she was a badass dog and she was a damn good producing bitch. Period. Bottom line. All that other shit don't mean nothing when it comes down to the facts. You see, why do we call them facts, fellas? What got us to the point to where we can actually say facts? Tell you what it was. She had a history of performance. Listen to that. Are you ready to kick all that old school shit and all these old stories out the window? one thing you cannot get rid of, and you can't go back there and change, that becomes a fact of matter, is their history. The fact. The fact is, this is what she done. This is what she produced. This is why she is who she is. And there's many other dogs out there like that. Well, guess what, fellas? There's many other dog men out there like that too. Think about it. Those are the facts. Now, we can go back there and talk all the shit you want about the damn person. The now. I'm only speaking for the nows. Because for y'all, it's a story. But for those who lived in that time period, think about it now. Say 20, 30 years ago, back there in our early young days when we were the youngsters, and all this was going on. 30 years later, what the facts tell you about that person? What's the fact of the matter about that person, regardless of how shitty they were, how crazy the stories were? The fact of the matter is, look in your pedigree and see how many times you see that name. Look at it. Is there anything that you can do to go in there and take that person's name out of your shit, regardless of what it is? Is it? No. Not a damn thing. Is it gonna love and make you hate that dog any different because of some shit you heard? No, it's not. Because I can go over there and look at that poll right now, and I guarantee you, my no's is outdoing my yeses by far. And all them no's make me believe that those people who voted no probably got some of that shit, or probably some real older dog men, or some people who generally know it don't even damn matter, because one thing I do know about that bitch, she was a great bitch. She was a producing bitch. Actually, one of the baddest producing bitches of all time. So you can hate it all you want, but the fact is, when I said that, you know, saying it with my chest stuck out. The fact. And that is something you will never be able to argue. The fact. The fact that my name is Michael Bayless, you're never going to be able to win that argument over me when it comes to me having to get you to understand. That ain't even nothing to keep arguing with you about. There's certain things that's not meant to be argued. And that brings me to tell you, if you're living in the now, you have to understand the gotcha theory and what it looks like 30 years from now, moving forward. Remember, my 30 years in the past, I get a chance to see what it looks like now. And I can sit here and tell you what I see now is unbelievable, because my now people believe in and listen to shit from people who have no idea or really no clue about really what it was to live in the past, or even had a history in the past, that we could really stand on a platform to really have something to talk about. And I say that because I ain't never been one to sit down and down anybody about what they do. Never have been. But I will dog walk anybody who tried to stand on and talk about what I've done. And I say that in business. I've been like that in my street life, and I was always like that in the dogs. Because I always truly felt, if you ever felt like you could do anything, then, you know, we could put up or shut up. That's just how things was. You know, times change now, because, you know, back then in the day, you know, we used to get, you know, I'll meet you after school. We throwing them things. You know, trouble in the hood, west side, east side, south side, everybody show up at the party and everybody there, and we got issues. You know, we ain't out here shooting each other. We were throwing up them things. Problem is, nowadays, people can't take, you know, they can't take ass whooping. I understand that. Maybe times have changed. That don't make us stupid because we was brave enough and had a heart to get out there and put up them things and let's get it busy with it. So times has changed, okay? But that takes me back. Understanding that, there is no way that you can live the now without understanding what was going on in the past. It's no way possible. I couldn't have done it. I don't know anyone who has been able to just act like the past never existed and like they either, some Merlins or some Nostradamus motherfuckers, and they just live strictly in the future because they know everything that's going to be happening tomorrow. But no idea what went on in the past. Life don't never work like that. Ain't never been like that. And I say that going into the year because I don't want to see another year of what I seen last year. Because it's a big turnoff for me. I think it's a big turnoff to my brother. Should be a big turnoff to a lot of y'all. Because we all know, conspiracy and people talking shit gets likes and views. And that works for some people. But where does this part that we're doing continuously is meant to help people, not hurt anybody, not misguide you, but to inform you. See, y'all have this thing right here, and you have to cipher through what's real and what's not. But you're in a world of trouble if you don't know what's real and what's not in this game. A world of trouble. Because you will not find any success. You'll be like some of the people that are victim of, like Bernie Madoff. You're just going to be a victim of the game. And this game here, it ain't worth all that now that you got fed time and all the money, the cost of what these dogs. It's all right back then, it was like $200, $300 stuff feed. Shit don't go right, the person don't pay. That's a whole lot different than $2,500, $1,500, $3,000 just gone. That's a big difference. And if it wasn't working back then, that's a hell of a L now. So I thought I'd open the show up and let y'all just get an insight of what the discussion is going to be about tonight and how I felt and how I really feel about the gotcha theory. Because I'm never going to be a fan of trying to get anybody when you're doing business. And because without trust, integrity, and honesty, there is no business. None. I can't box with you. I be meaning that. So, and yeah, I don't let this internet shit bother me to the core. I try, it took me a minute to figure that out. It took me a while to get a grip on that. Because I hear so much of fuck OGs, this ain't this ain't that. When we know there's a lot of kids, in the inner cities who don't get a chance to live to see 63. And it ain't due to health problems. So I go way back and think about my days when I was the OG on the streets and how I played. And I really never, ever was ever in a position to try to go out here and try to take something from somebody, hurt somebody, do all the wrong things that comes when you're dealing with all the wrong type of people anyway. Even the wrong type of people can be taught to know their place. You know what that means. There's just some people you just don't box with. Because they ain't about all that. So that makes it easier for you to try to bring them on your side. If you can understand that much about me, then let me try to help you try to be more like me so you can help some of the people that surround you. Even that's a task, but it's still trying to give back. And that's what this is all about. Trying to give back and understand this ain't about the gotcha. You know, we try to tell you, you know, we don't care what y'all do with them dogs. We don't care if you go out and treadmill race, digital dog show. That don't matter to me. I mean, that right there, you still got dogs. You doing what you want to do with your dog. That don't make me look at you no different as far as I'm concerned, or even my brother. The fact is, you still love pit bulls. You gotta admit, that's one badass animal. That's like gold to some of us because you love them that much. It's like your family member. You know what I mean? Why have something when you can't love it like you're supposed to love it? Get rid of it. Like a woman. Shit, hey, hold on. Got to be a reason why you still around. Got to be a reason. You know what I mean? So you got to kind of look at this thing from a different angle. And I don't want this to be looking like tonight's show is like a bashing, bashing other people. No, this show tonight is going to be trying to get people to understand the gotcha been around for a long time. And based on the poll tonight, that gotcha don't mean a damn thing. Because if you look back and you know what you're talking about, any one of y'all would still have that bitch of shit on your yard if you love these dogs the way you supposed to love these dogs. Any one of y'all. So hell no, it would not, damn it, matter. That's my vote. No, it wouldn't matter. And I can guarantee you I could say that about Tant, Don Mayfield, Pat Patrick, David Tant, Fat Bill Reynolds, Fergie. I mean, my list can go on because, again, remember that was all one big ass circle. Even Jack Kelly, Harry Hargrove. I mean, my list can get long, fellas. You know what I'm saying? But the fact is, regardless of what they did and how they do it, they hold the major foundation to what we call the American Pit Bull to this day. Now, I done seen too many damn pedigrees of the Nile pass through here, and every damn last one of them would pop up somewhere. So we're going to deal with the gotcha tonight. And this is not a preventive maintenance type of situation. This is give you a better way of handling it to prevent yourself from being God. That's all. We can jump on the bandwagon like everybody else and talk shit about people, but what good is that doing the new generation? If somebody had been telling them, hey, y'all, put the guns down and don't be scared to take an ass whoop. Get in the gym and learn how to fight. You believe me, you'll be ready to pick up your, it was easy to put your hands on somebody. It got a little harder for me to put my hands on people after I was trained. Because at that point in time, not anything I do, and I hurt somebody because my training, it's like I pulled a gun on somebody. So just like boxers can't go out and be knocking people out, being a professional boxers, they have an advantage over the next person. That's just like they might as well went out and shot a person. But the thing is, times have changed. It's up to us to make a change and trying to make it better. Does it work? Well, I think we had all these different type of Gen X's and all these different other shits that they got going on. But it's our duty not to give up on them, but to keep trying to make them understand and how to make things better. And that's what the approach we're going to be making tonight. That's why I wanted to get on the gotcha, because I can come up with some serious ass stories like the rub shit. And, you know, some of the stories I hear people saying, are you mad because you got beat? Or you giving other people excuses to come up with when they lose to a certain person? I mean, you gotta weigh it for what it is, you know. But you can't sit there and keep accepting it when it ain't right. Because at that point, you're feeding into the gotcha, and that's gonna lead to the next person keep getting got, and the next person getting got, because you was the key to where it all started at. So and so said this. So and so said that. Over here, I feel like we the horse's mouth. And that's how we gonna roll with it. Anything you hear coming up out of here, it's coming out of the horse's mouth. If you want to ask about it, just ask. Because OG means original gangster. Like that's what that means. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. And I don't mind having that tag. And I ain't to be bragging on myself. That's just to tell you I don't have a problem saying nothing about nothing I've done in my life. I can't think of a better person to really want to, if you really wanted to talk some real shit and be really about your business, I think I was the perfect person to talk to you. Because I'm going to tell you how it is and how I feel about it, and at least have something to stand on. Especially when it comes to these dogs. Because there was so far many more that was better than us. It would still sit down and do the same thing that I'm doing, because where you think I got it from? Those OGs. So I'm still carrying the torch that was passed down to me. And I look to pass it down to somebody else. Understand the concept, ride with that concept, and see if you can make somebody else's life better while you're trying to make your own. I'm gonna turn this over to my main man, Mo. It's on you, Mo. Hey, thanks for y'all listening. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. I know I done missed some people out here, but I'm gonna jump in here right quick. Big shout out to my little brother, Scratch Line News. I see you up in here, fam. My man, Whitmune, I see you, fam. My man, Milestone in the house. What up, fam? My man, Cayman Sin in the house. What up, fam? My man, Rabbit Man. What up, fam? Highly Key in the house. What up, fam? Sauced Up Real in the house. What up, fam? Future Kennels in the house. Albus Ignis Kennels in the house. What up, bam? My man Rack City in the house. What up, fam? Magic One in the house. What up, bam? Sent somebody in here. There we go. Oliver North 2.0 in the house. What up, bam? And anybody else I missed, thanks for coming out for this Hot Mic Friday. But let's take what I say as just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Again, the same meant at anybody indirect, but then that's what we're going to be talking about. The gotcha theory tonight. Because there's a lot of it going on, and when does it stop? It never stops. It's just a matter of what role you're going to play in it. Deuces. Hey, everybody. What up, y'all? Hot Mike Friday. Well, I like to hear that conversation with Reverend Mike. Reverend Mike get up in here, he be putting it down, setting it off. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Getting into that gotcha thing. That gotcha thing is a big thing if you really understand what they mean by gotcha. Gotcha is one of those situations where you get with people who really don't know, they absorb probably good information, but you receive a lot of misinformation. Okay? Like we talk about David Tant. We talk about James Crenshaw. You know, big brother, J-Bo, he's talk so high on blackjack, but I showed him where, hey, some of these guys back in the day, they did some real smart things. Even the old school knew that there was a new group of dog men out there that had a little bit of an eye that gravitated into evolution. What I mean was the game changed on them. And it was wise to don't go walking in the dark woods without a flashlight. That's what it was like. You hear these kennels like Super Kennels and Hardcore and Stone City and size them up. Boys, these boys, this was a new breed, new dogs. We were getting our hands on some killers, some dogs that, you might find in your pedigree that you start reaching back there in the back, talking about some of those old dog men like James and them, and that they had really stuck their neck in that Pandora's box. They might have got it chopped off because the game had changed. The dogs were different. There was just a better line of dogs out there because maybe it was the New Jack Air, because that's where the money started flying all over the place. But along with that money, it pushed out a lot of, like David Tant. He's tried to, people talk and have a lot to say about David Tant. But one thing about it, you can never change history. Now, all the bad things that everybody say about David Tant in the now, we knew back then and then. Okay, we knew all this back then. But did it change anything? No, it just gave y'all something to talk about now. But did it change anything about the success that he had with Yellow? The real Yellow, the fake Yellow, all the other fake ass shit that was going on. Did it have any effect? And when you pick up your pedigree and you see that Tant's this or Tant's that, whether it was real or not, did it change anything? Hell no, because regardless of how it is, if it was real, then it should be consistent to what made the yellow dog the dogs that they were, because they sure as hell didn't just become famous because David Tant had his hands on them. A lot of these dogs became famous because these dogs got into the hands of real dog men that was able to get out there and show the game. Because we can talk, but the dogs don't. The only ones that answer those questions are the dogs. And they don't talk. Everybody else is talking, but the dogs are the things that set the facts and the pattern of what it is, whether they're bred this way or not. But when you can go into the future and dip around in the past and try to, what I call misdirect the past,
then a lot of you guys are going to get sucked into the gotcha theory. Now, y'all always hear me get on Chico. You know, you hear me get on Chico because, you know, I was around. See, I didn't nobody have to tell me anything. I'm telling y'all what I seen for myself. You know, not going to bring up DB up in here, but when I speak on DB, I speak on DB not through some conversation that somebody told me or somebody put in my ear. I was there. I'm a part of a story that, you know, I don't need nobody to back up me. You know, I'm not the backup plan. I am the plan. I can tell you what was. And just like a lot of these other stories that you hear about Floyd Boudreaux and all the things, you know, whether he was gay or his wife was a man, and did it ever change anything when it came down to the damn fact that the man had great dogs? Maurice Carver never, you know what paper he gonna pull out the drawer when you go get a dog from him. And all the little crazy things that he would do. Did it change anything? Anything? Go back there and look at them pedigrees of those great dogs and you see these very same names. We don't see nothing different. We see the very same names that we talk about that have such great conversation today. We get on Walk 'em All and upset a whole bunch of people when I start talking about Walk 'em All. Maybe because y'all had this shit in the bloodline, but the bottom line was the only truth is in the dogs. Damn, the Walk 'em All, it's the dogs. The dogs and what they did. You know, you get caught in the gotcha, which a lot of people got caught in the gotcha because it's a fact. If you look down that damn line of those dogs, where are the real champions? I mean, do we get anything other than a Walk 'em All dog coming off a Walk 'em All yard that's a champion? Could we do anything with Walk 'em All's dogs like Walk 'em All was doing? Then there should be a whole bunch of Walk 'em All champions with the Walk 'em All blood all over them, showing like it is with Mayday. Especially when you got that many great dogs that's claiming to be champions coming off such a yard. But you got people defending that in the now. When back then, you know, it wasn't a now thing, because if it was a now thing back then to us, you probably would have seen some champions coming off of Walk 'em All coming out of other people's hands, other than just Walk 'em All. But that's a gotcha story. It's a gotcha story. Because we have people in the now defending something when you cannot put that on the dogs. The dogs prove that point, not the people, the dogs. Because it's a fact. You can't argue that fact. There's nothing to argue about it. You can just see it. We had just as many champions coming off of Mayday than Victor had winning with the dogs that he was using on his own damn yard. There's nothing to argue about with that one, whether he was breeding the Mayday or not. The only reason we can say that, hey, that something was going different and when Victor took Mayday over there to Ecuador is the fact that Mayday was not producing the dogs that we got our hands on when he was in the state. Yet he sold a whole lot more dogs when he left the States and got to Ecuador. All that's part of the gotcha. All that's part of the gotcha. You know, and it's not hard to see, but you'll have some people stand there and will argue you to the top, to the bottom, when it's just a fact. If you look at the champions that Mayday had right here in the United States, remember I ran those names off several times, and then you look and try to go back through that same scenario and what was coming out of Ecuador, you'll see there's a difference. Something's not the same. Just because I said something changed doesn't mean that I'm trying to put him down. I'm trying to put a light on something that's been put in the dark. And all you're doing is hearing and not seeing. If you can't see that these ain't the same type of dogs that we were seeing, like Barracuda, Hunch, Brat, May May, Chanel, Noriega, Hunch, 600, Twisted, Luke Kane. Give me some of them names like that coming out of Ecuador. You can't. Gotcha. But he sold more puppies, more dogs than he sold when he was in the States. Maybe you had a couple that trickled down in there. There was a few that trickled down there, but nowhere close to the numbers that we saw coming out of Mayday when he was coming out of the States. The dogs that was bred from Mayday right here in these States. I say the same thing about Chico. I'm always getting on Chico. I'm not getting on Chico. I'm exposing I got you. All these so-called great dogs, he's the greatest of all times and all that bullshit. Yet there's not one, give me one champion outside of the Bruno dog that got fouled out for cheating that made champion in the United States that Chico had. One. You can't even give me the Macho Buck shit because you know there's flags being flung all over. Not taking nothing away from the dog. I'm just saying, how can you decipher when he's doing right and when he's doing wrong? Because I see so much of the wrong that, you know, I'm not caught up in the gotcha theory that I see all the wrong because you can't see that all these so-called better than STP dogs, better than Super Kennels dogs, ain't none of these damn dogs being fought in the United States. You see what I'm saying? You got me saying what I'm saying, and then you got people saying that they you know, they stand behind Chico. I mean, when you got Evolution even saying the same thing that I was saying, and I know where they got it, where Chico got it from, because I seen the same pattern being done by Evolution. You know, were they truly box guys? Maybe. Maybe they took that route like so many other kennels, you know, and tried to stay away from them true hunters. You know, there were true hunters out there. A lot of great ones. A lot of them, you can pull up their pedigrees and you know these dogs was going down. You know, these are these dogs that, you know, if you've been part of the underworld of the game, you would know, you know, somebody had the opportunity to see this. And that's how it goes. But when you get caught up in the gotcha, you're the person who's standing there arguing that point to me, trying to get me to understand that why I shouldn't think and feel like I feel about it, but yet you're trying to make an argument that you can't stand where I'm standing. I'm standing here telling you from the position that I was in when all this shit was going down. You cannot sit there and try to explain shit to me. You trying to explain the misinformation that you have gathered and got fed into your head that you believe. You've been got. You've been got. Not taking nothing away from the dogs. Because nowhere in the hell, if we were talking about the dogs, then we'd be able to pull these names up, pull this information up, show me these champions, show me this, show me that. know what you're talking about. That's what the gotcha is. You know what I'm saying? Today, more controversy makes more popularity. More bullshit makes better shows. I don't have nothing to do with the basic purpose of the dogs did, and that was the bulldogs that was out there being matched. Period. All this didn't have nothing to do with nothing that was going on in those 4 squares. There's a whole lot of squares in there that, you know, that was literally empty and were just nothing but fairy tale. Fairy tale to fool the public, the gotcha at hand. You take away from the guys who was really putting those great dogs out there like STP. One thing we can say about STP, we can't say he was faking shit. We can't question nothing he was doing. It's hard to question anything. You might say that, well, he wasn't putting them in top competition. Well, look, whether he was putting them in the top competition, even he's part of that old line of dogmen that had to be a little careful. But don't forget, he is the one that had grand champion Buck. He is the one that went in there with grand champion Samson. He is the one. You ain't gonna show me none of these other ones. Show me what Chico did that. Show me what James Crenshaw did that. Wildside. Tom Gardner. Show me these guys where any of these guys did that. Because you can't. Because by the time they had made their names, they was into the gotcha game. David Tant. Can't say David Tant won't get in the box with your ass. Shit, David would send a dog somewhere and have a condition and go after your ass. He didn't want to do Mayday, but he talked enough shit that he had. It was those hunters. Victor was a hunter. Wasn't nothing fake about Victor. Wasn't nothing fake about Victor. Victor took what he had. If Victor would have had May and Hunch and Brat and Chanel, if he had had all the dogs that he bred off of Mayday sitting right there on his yard, he would have probably brought havoc to the game. Because the Mayday dogs brought havoc to the game. One of the few line of dogs that it was just very hard to beat they good shit. If they had a good one, you couldn't beat it. Many tried. And it gathered a name for itself. He didn't have to do what he did. Because by the time he was done, what he had produced and let out there fell in the right hands. That, hey, all he had to do was do what he did. Go to Ecuador and make sure Mayday live as long as he can live, even when he dead. Maybe he wasn't producing no puppies. There was a lot of questions about that. Those questions will never stop. Most of you guys will never know if you really have real Mayday dogs in your shit. You probably had the blood, but is it really direct descendants off of Mayday? Probably is, but is it Mayday? Doesn't matter now. As long as it's doing what the other Mayday dogs was doing, should it matter? No, because it didn't matter with Maurice Carver. It didn't matter with Floyd Boudreaux. It didn't matter with James Crenshaw. It didn't matter with Tom Gardner. It don't matter with none of these guys. And can I put them in the same envelope with Evolution, Chosen Few, Chico? No. No, because we cannot align these guys with those same type of matches that we can still align James Crenshaw with Blackjack and Gator. At least they were still matching dogs. There wasn't no ghost matching going on. There wasn't no Toby Rhymes popping up and disappearing. There wasn't no grand champion popping up being dog of the year with just one fight. And all of a sudden come a great producer with some damn dogs that can't find one of them that won shit in the United States. But you have a corral of people who's been listening to that shit so long that y'all have been got. That's the gotcha theory at hand. Not here to put them down. We're here to lay the facts. You know, when I can sit there and say I got you because I know a little bit more true information than a lot of you guys. Remember, I just come popping through after being retired for damn near over 20 years to pop back through here and to be able to look and say, well, damn, the way y'all took that past and running with that past now in the future is like, y'all been got. Because most of the great dogs that we show on these internet, that we show on these shows, what's the first place we going and who the hell we looking for? The dogs are the old. We start back there in the back and start working our way up. The very same people that's got all this big controversy on it, but we study looking for their ass in these pedigrees. And for the ones that don't know no better, you know, they wait and see him too so they can talk about it. Well, he wasn't shit. He did, and he did. That's a gotcha, dude. That's a gotcha. That's a gotcha. Because here you is sitting here with this great red champion. You go all the way back and you see all the work that was done, knowing that this dog has proven himself. Yet you still got people going back in there seeing these things and got these stories and try to poison the dog with the stories just because the dogs are in their pedigree. That's what you call the gotcha theory. You're running with something that doesn't have anything to do with the dog. You have to take all that shit and throw it out. The bottom line is this dog jumped inside them four corners 4, 5, 6, 7 times and won. You don't pick and choose who we go into. You can't go into somebody great all the time. How you know if you're great, did you want to go into certain people? A lot of them guys knew who to stay the fuck off away from. Then a lot of us, we didn't care. That's where those great matches come from. That's why, you know, in today's world, you know, it's nothing to seeing champions lose. Out of all the great dogs that Mayday had, there's only one that took a loss, and it was Noriega. The only champion off of Mayday that ever lost was up in Noriega. Was the Noriega, only dog, and all them other dogs. And how did he lose? He lost because he was in the wrong hand. He wasn't in Havana Chico's hand. But those who saw the match would tell you, if Havana Chico had brought him in there, he would have killed Ajax. Well, he ended up dying. Both dogs ended up dying. The match didn't even go an hour. So just imagine if Noriega had came in there in the hands to put the 4 wins on him, instead of the young guy who just had the money to buy him and wanted to be able to stake his label and stake his claim into it and put him in such a raggedy ass shape to go into such a great dog like Ajax. And you know what I'm saying? But he, based on that, and that alone, is why Noriega lost. Did he quit? No. But even in bad shape, he did enough to Ajax. The Ajax died right along with him. And that's a lot to say with all the Mayday dogs that were put out here prior to Victor leaving the United States. Everything else after that, for all the guys that just can't stand Mayday, you know what I'm saying? These are some of the things y'all gonna have to swallow and get used to that fact, because it's never going to change. You just got somebody like myself who had a part of that story, done a part of that story, experienced that part of the story, to know. You don't have to like it. Just don't be a fool and try to test it. Don't believe it, then you test it. Test the theory. There's a lot of guys out there that tested the theory. It's the only way we get the wins that we get. Somebody got to test the theory. You know? So that leads up to what I call the gotcha theory. Because a lot of people don't like Mayday dogs because of what? Knowing the way I see it, you give me the right Mayday dog, and being I know what a real Mayday dog look like, I know what a real Mayday dog fight like, the consistency of what I seen win. Anything other than that, it's not a good product to me. You might be super bred 9 times Mayday up in there. If it can't do what those real Mayday dogs was doing, so what? You can carry a good story. You can have a good game, good conversation. But you just turned your whole situation into a gotcha, because anybody that fuck with you after that, they getting got by you. Because you know in your right mind that that dog ain't nothing like the Mayday dogs coming off of Mayday. They might have got Mayday in them. But if they ain't doing what the Mayday dogs did to make the dog worth the goddamn name to talk about down there 30 years later, then you been got. All these pedigrees we showing, y'all showing us other now, we have to go back there and start from back there and familiarize ourselves with the shit. To be able to come work our way back up and say, wow, it worked. But let's think about all the people, because those dogs hardly ever get bred a lot. You know, they're not getting bred a lot like it was back there in the day when, you know, the New Jacks came out there and changed the game with these $1,000 stud fees, you know, $1,500 puppies, and, you know, prices going up. Why? Because they was taxed, so they taxed. They winning big money, so why would they sell their shit for cheap money if they winning big money? So a lot of those great dogs weren't getting bred. A lot of guys wasn't spending that kind of money. Let alone to go into one of them, you better have a bunch of money, because they're carrying a caravan of people who's ready to bet it for with them. You know, ain't no them old days like the old good old boys. You gotta remember, at one time, Fat Bill, Tom, Jack, Harry Hargrove, all them used to be cool. That was a circle. Fergie, running around with Bill, Ricky Jones and Kenny Allen, that's a circle. A circle of some badass dog men. But even them got a taste of that New Jack. Every one of them suffered losses running into them New Jack. Some of them older veterans knew, they knew that things had changed. They knew that things had changed. A lot of them started downsizing because a lot had changed. We were getting better dogs because they was making us pay for them. And we had the money. It was a time of the New Jacks that we had the money. And it was starting to cost to be the boss. Yeah, we started breeding, and we didn't need them to breed. We breeding our own shit. Because we can pay attention too. Remember, everybody always think, when you're doing something good, it's got to be something wrong. Don't want to give you the credit. They rather try to keep it in the old folks' hands. You know what I'm saying? and continue these fable stories, that we still got to go pull up a pedigree and go look for these very same names for your dog to even be worth the fuck to us now. Why is it like that? Because so many people been got. So many people have been told so much bullshit that they can't even decipher the real from the fake. That's the gotcha theory. That's why you got so many champions losing the first time outers out here. Got more champions out here doing less dogs now. Y'all been got. I see more pedigrees, guys sending me pedigrees where, oh, this is a great dog. This is a great bred dog, twin. And I'm looking at them, they look like they bred great. But when you give me 2 and 3 generations of nothing but a bunch of dogs that ain't got a match in there in between them, then I'm looking at the dog that you sent me. That dog right there better be something. He better be something. He can't just be telling me because he got these dogs in his back of his pedigree and he looks good, he act good, but has he done anything good? One of the hardest things to do is talk to a dog fighter who's been in the box a lot and try to show me something. What do you think is going through my head? What do you think I'm looking for? Since I've been there, what do you think I want to see? So how many of you guys look like that now? You don't. Because you don't even know enough to know it. You have to go back there and reach back there in the back with them same people that you and listen to people downgrade and talk about it and tell you all this crazy shit. To give you a conversation to the next person to show you a pedigree that's got this dog in it, and all of a sudden you, the new Earl Tudor of the now. Because you have missed information, and really it's not really misinformation, it's misdirected information. Because when it's being misdirected, it's being put into something that has really nothing to do with the outcome. All that shit that we talk about with David, all that shit that we talked about with Maurice, all that shit that we talked about with Tudor and all these other crazy old things these guys did has nothing to do with the dogs. And it was the dogs that made these men great, not their story. So when I go looking into the dog, then I would expect to see this consistency that made this dog still great outside of all the other dumb shit that came along with the kennel. Like I say about the Boyles dog. Y'all can talk all the shit you want. But if you ain't walked down in them alleys with those Boyles dogs to really understand, you know, what the niche was to beating them, because they were beatable dogs. And when you got hunters running around stalking, you don't be so quick unless you really know. And if you got your mind in the misdirection thing, as far as you don't want to lose or you don't want to take your dog and risk, you know, the fame that you carrying based on what you've done, not taking nothing away from what you've done, but you just don't want to mess it up. You got through it with clean teeth. Then I can understand why you don't want to run into one of these stalking ass hunters who's stalking your ass. Because that's what we did. The competition was what we drove on. That was our food. These days, the competition costs you a whole lot of money. A whole lot of money. You know, there's no $2,500 stud fees anymore, is it? A whole lot of up price and shit. You know, back in our time, yeah, it wasn't nothing to, you know, going and during that New Jack time, you know, the average matches was around 10,000 and up. When there was a lot of the new guys out there that was trying to come up, you know, like they say on the news. And you notice the drug dealers was always associated with dog fighting. Because it probably take dog fighting drug dealer money to do the kind of dog fights that was going on back then. If you was a drug dealer and you had a bunch of money and you liked to gamble, then guess what? You was a perfect candidate for a great dog fighter. Because you had the money to get your hands on some great ass dogs. You had the money to get your money back, taking your dog and betting people to come into your shit, taking their heads off, beating their dogs in, snatching their money. And you got a whole bunch of that going on during the New Jack era. That's what it was. Hey, you can't help it. You know, I got to say it. Wild Side, Tom, you know, Kimmer, all them old time dog men, you know, that old man community. Y'all came up. Y'all came up and you got famous because guess what? That money that we was spending, we was using those dogs and we was making you famous. Famous in the dogs you had on your yard. Because we're taking them and putting them in areas that you probably, the competition, you weren't hungry as young gunners were. We were hungry for competition. You couldn't walk around here saying you had a badass dog. And you better not have a pocket full of money. Because we're going to have you bringing it, or we're going to have you trying to run away from it. And that just didn't start. That's been going on for a long time. I don't want to stick my dog out here and get his head chopped off. And I got all these damn puppies coming off of him. I can't afford to lose. So why would I go running out there and stick my head out there in a frying pan? That's how it was with James Crenshaw. He wasn't no dummy. You think I'm bullshitting? Go pull all that shit up. Think I'm lying? You go see for yourself. And all of those who's questioning this shit, you've been got. That's what you mean when we say gotcha theory. That's how big it is. That's how bad it has got. It's a whole big old different story when you have dog men like Triple J who had his time in the box. You know, he gets a lot of views, but Triple J was not a threat out there to us real hunters, y'all. Triple J really never had a real great dog to us. Not taking nothing away from Triple J. Nothing at all. But was he in that class? No, he was not. He was not on the same level as Hardcore. He wasn't on the same level as Deep South. He wasn't on the same level as 187 Last, Super Kennels, none of the above. But he had a circle. And he did match dogs. Not taking nothing away from him. But his name would never ring like the names that I'm ratting off. There's no famous Triple J dogs out here that we can go down through these pedigrees and go, yeah, we ain't never put a Triple J up on none of this shit. But is he a real dog, man? Yes, he is. Has he put his time in? Yes, he is. But he has not been tainted because y'all can't say nothing bad about him. I'm not even saying nothing bad about him. I'm just saying that he was not out there where we was playing. Where we was playing was definitely where history was being made at. A lot of these pedigrees we pull up, we see what the difference. But don't take nothing away from it. They had their communities. And it was wise that they didn't. And I'm just being honest about that because when it comes to competition, damn nothing scare us. Nothing. And when you got a bunch of damn money, not even the money. You can't even punk a person down with the money. They got just as much money, if not even more, especially when they got Bobo and Nut and all them back there with their big ass gold chain, believing in everything they didn't seen and the money they didn't made off of you. They gonna posse up and they gonna be right there next to you, ready to throw the house at you, whatever you bring. That's what it was like. That's what made some of these dogs greater than, than the average ones that we can speak on. Everything else outside of that, y'all, is the I got you. Tom can go out there and buy his shit back. But you don't see him stepping out there putting shit down. And you don't see him out here bragging about the shit that's winning either. You don't hear him doing none of that. You ain't gonna hear him say nothing about the shit that's losing either. The shit that ain't making it. And he sells a lot of dogs. I got you. I got you. How many of y'all ain't lucky as those who was able to get them in their work? A whole lot of them gotchas. Only a few that made it through. They could sit there and say, I got a gardener dog that was a bad motherfucker. There's so many more of them that ain't. And they probably all costed the same. All had the same dream. So, yep, you can't say Tom is selling bullshit. It ain't his fault. It ain't his fault. But what is his fault is questions that came up in the past based on his Frisco shit, where we had to put asterisks over his Frisco dogs based on the fact that they was not winning in the United States. They was winning in other countries. And the argument came up that why should we be giving him the register mayor points when his shit is getting done over there and not over here? So they start putting a little tic-tac, the asterisks over the dogs, letting you know that these dogs are champions, but they're not United States champions. Frisco got a lot of those back then. And that was the sole purpose of that. Not taking nothing away from them. Because guess what? They were able to do good things right here in this country. But that was due to great breeding. Great breeding. A lot of people don't like Tom. But if you don't like Tom, even me, it's not the fact that I didn't like him. I just never seen many of his dogs do shit. These Gardner dogs are coming back through here aren't the same Gardner dogs that they had back then. They just gotten better. You're adding Red Boy and you're crossing it with that shit there, and it's making what? Better dogs. And when you got a breeder such as Tom, who could still surpass time, he was already built for that. He already had his money. He already had things going on in his life that he could afford to do that, and he capitalized on it, and he made great things happen. But there's a lot of guys out here that spent a lot of money, and they don't have no fruit trees growing out their yard based on what they spent that money on. And a lot of you guys out there that can feel like that they've been got by Tom. Because there's these questions that Toms don't like to answer. When guys want to go checking into this and checking into that, he don't like answering his phone and he don't call back. Not taking nothing away, but these are facts and these are true. Because why hurt the brand now? He ain't got to fight a dog. He ain't got to do shit but sell dogs. That's it. And if he knock on your door, that means he been keeping an eye on your shit. And it's his shit in that shit. He's going to take it and make it even more famous because all he has to do is tap Gardner on it. It's like buying a pair of Levi's. Branded already. But that's the gotchas. Got a lot more of those gotchas out there because you got a lot of people buying dogs from you. Not saying everything's guaranteed to work. Just for those who did and didn't get shit, you know, you can say that you got. But ain't nothing guaranteed, regardless of what dog you get it off of. Doesn't mean your shit is guaranteed. And anybody that try to convince you of that shit, there's more of that the gotcha theory at hand. You know, when it becomes more of a conversation than an action, then you're going to get got. Because the action is what made these dogs relevant, not the kennel names, not the brand, none of that. It took the dog to get inside them four walls and win. Whether they took the easy way in, or took the hard way in. It's just depending on what circle you played in and were you willing to take the dog out and show the real competition. There's guys out here that you go on they things and look and see who they beat. You're gonna find that these dogs was beating competition. Why? Because really the game for most real good dogmen is that's our hunger. Our hunger is competition. Our hunger is how good is my dog. If I believe in my shit, then I don't care what you got. Let's do it. We got 2 5-time winners. Let's get it done. Don't get mad at me because I called out your 5-time winner. You know? Shit, the boys didn't get mad at me when I called out Tommy Boy, 4-time winner. This dude was coming over here, first time out dog. You know what? They had no problem jumping on that, going for their grand championship. But they wasn't expecting us to see what kind of dog I bought. Thank God, it even for her to look bad, thank God I didn't bring her over and she didn't come in there acting like she's supposed to act, or she would have never made grand champion. But she made grand champion. But the reason why you don't hear about her anymore because she didn't make it. She went into her first time out dog and lost her life without one puppy on the ground. But she got a title. But was it big enough and strong enough to carry her through history? No, because hardly none of y'all knew who Tommy Boy was until I spoke her up. Once you look at her pedigree and then you start seeing all that Game James stuff, then you start relating like, wow, everybody knew more about Game James, but very few knew about Tommy Boy. And again, still boils down to the gotchas. You're going to have those people who's been got that you can't tell them like they don't know what the hell they talking about. But how many of them are you going to ever catch in the box? Even in the past. How many of those guys that was always having something fucked up to say about somebody, you know, that you never seen in the box? If I can tell you about those who said fucked up things about people and ended up in the box, and usually 9 times out of 10, and their brand got kind of tarnished. Because you're going to always have hunters. You're going to always have these group of guys that's always looking for the best. To be able to beat what you call the best. To prove that his shit is better. That's all Matching Dog was about. And anything outside of that you think you got something to speak on, that means in your mind you've been got. You just don't want to face it and realize that. I look at pedigrees and I see 2-3 generations of black. That means, yet this dog is good as hell, but I still don't see. Well, guess what? The pressure's on this dog. How old is this dog? He's 2-3 years old. He bred so good. I'm getting ready to breed him, but he ain't done shit. He look good. He flirt good. What that mean though? Yeah, you don't want to ask me, because those are the things that you're gonna get coming out of me. You know, if you got something coming up, I don't know, but you understand where I'm coming from. Anybody else that fall in that category of, oh, I like him, yeah, and he look good too. Got your theory. You've been got. Or somebody sitting up there like DB and have no clear idea of nothing, based on everything that he says, it's entertaining, but it's a big old gotcha. And that goes for any man who never got into the real game and really put down their dog into the real game. You can play around the game, but to be able to play in the game. There's a whole lot of great dogs out here that they beat that you don't hear nothing about who they beat. Because after you beat them, what do it mean? Nothing. Why even talk about the loser? They never do. Why you think Bill gets under his skin every time I talk about Chi-Chi, Hill Figure, and So Evil? These are multi-time winners. You know, they lost. You know, we don't like speaking about loss, because we don't really talk about dogs that lose. But because they were so famous, they were prime examples. But to me, I took it as at least, he's a competitor. Because guess what? He had the kahunas to want to know, can his dog stand up to these dogs? Don't take nothing away from him as a dog man. Don't take nothing away from him what he produced, because not saying that he had trash, because that definitely he didn't, because you don't be a 7-time winner unless you got a beeline thing going on, and he didn't have a beeline thing going on. He was too far out there to have to worry about being a beeline. He didn't have to come up with a saga story. And he had to duck matches. He's seen some of the greatest matches. He's been part of some of the greatest matches, and just the matches that the dogs that he lost with. So whether he don't like to take it like that, because, see, I remind him of something that he probably wants to forget, that he wouldn't want you guys to know too much about, even though it's in his book. You know, not taking nothing away from him. But when you get mad and you get upset and about the truth, then what is he trying to sell you? If this is what's making you mad, the truth makes you mad, then who you trying to get? That you don't want everybody to know the truth. Or the truth of the fact is what it is. It hurts your brand. You don't want nobody to know. You're trying to keep it a secret. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, when you heard you say that, you know, Mayday, I hate Mayday, fuck them Mayday dogs. Oh, I'm pretty sure I understand why. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I got you. That got you shit. I can understand why. Because it took me to come out here and start running my damn mouth. Prior to that, you know, everything was sweet. Unstoppable. The man. always gonna still be the man to me. And I sure didn't look down on him when he lost. It just showed us that we was not bullshitting out here. And that's what it did, you know. And we talk about dogs like Firecracker, you know, when he was a grand champion and he went out there and lost, and so many of these other great dogs that they went out here snatching off the chain because they even got old. What do you think they're trying to do? It's that hunger of competition. And if you bought a grand champion and you took the grand champion back out after you bought him and he's already an old dog, what was he trying to do? Trying to sneak one in there for himself so he can play the gotcha game. That's all they be. They want to take and get it on there where they got they stamp. So they can push. They can sell. Chico players didn't breed not a one down, one of them down. Macho Buck or none of that shit. You know, if you want to get the credit and take some of that credit because he was down there with Evolution, and you know, again, they was all one crew at one time. They both have the same kind of bad habits that I speak on. Even when I speak on Chico, I speak on Evolution and Chosen Few and all them other crazy ass names. When you down there in a place in Texas where some of the greatest dogs are and you can't seem to bump your ass over there with some of this great ass shit and run into them, there's some bullshit to your shit you doing. Especially when you parading with all this dog of the year shit. Whether y'all like to hear it or not, y'all the one got. Y'all can fall for that shit and believe it and then question the truth, then you been got. Because when the truth don't sound right to you, that means you've been living on a lie too long. And y'all been living on lies too long. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, check the chats, man, and let's do this thing on these things right here.
Tell them that Cat Williams done started some shit.
Oh, yeah, Cat Williams started spreading out shit and started telling shit. But guess what? They've been doing this in the dog game since I got back. I mean, I see more beef going on out here. Y'all need to have an internet pit game. You know, they need to make a game where we can just play the video game with dog fighting and really simmer down some of these temperatures. You know, we got a lot of wannabe dog men, old dog man, retired dog man. You know, the competition's still going on out here, but it's going on out here in a different arena. The arena that the game is going on through now is called the internet. Misinformation can make a nobody famous. Yeah. I am Mike NORAD dog. Yeah, them is Tonka dogs. Yeah.
This question from a man, Mr. Derek Lockett. Welcome to the Shark Tank, Mr. Lockett. He said, what's your thoughts on NORAD? Them hounds have a great mouth and structure.
And always have. The NORAD dogs again, NORAD and those dogs. Remember that little community that I told you? Them was the good old boys. There was a group. Remember NORAD? I mean, all these dogs, these were matched dogs. Don't forget Andre Giroux. He's part of that group. Right along with James and all them. You don't see these over there. Yeah, they're part of history. You're looking at a lot of great pedigrees. You're going to see that NORAD shit. You're going to see some good damn dogs. But they was before that New Jack era. You'll find a lot of the New Jacks was getting their hands on those dogs as well, because at a time, the NORAD, they got out of the game and started doing like everybody else started doing. Breeding dogs and letting them go. They got more famous after they got out of the game, because guess what? That means we were able to take their dogs and win with them too. Those kennels out there that ran nothing but NORAD dogs, they were doing just as good as the NORAD. That's why you know they shit was legit. Because they didn't have to come directly off a NORAD's dog to win. We can buy us a no-ride dog and breed that mug and match that dog, and the next thing you know, we matching some no-ride dogs, but it's our shit now. That's what made them strong. They was part of that New Jack era too, where, you know, they didn't really have to do much when they already had a name and they already had the attention and they had the blood that we was coming after. We liked it, those dogs as well. Just like the Kimmer dogs. We liked it, those dogs. They was no different than the yellow dogs. It was no different than the Patrick dogs. It was no different than the game but Turtle Buster shit. If you was a match dog out there and you earned your time in there, you got real dog men coming to you trying to get dogs to be like you. And that was the key. I was going to get dogs from people because I wanted to be like them. And I was very impressed with Hardcore. I was very impressed with Mayday. I was very impressed with Stone City. And what are we talking about today? Damn near 30 years later, the same damn dogs. It just so happened that I done got my little stamp under that shit. I got a name from having those type of dogs because I was able to do something with them that came off of my yard and got out there and was able to get something done with them, and people were able to do things. So the next thing you know, I'm no different than them. Got my little part in history. And that's thanks to the people who came off that yard and was able to take the dogs and do the same things like everybody else did with the Crenshaw dogs, the Stone City dogs, the Patrick dogs, the Rebel Kennel dogs, the Mau Mau dogs. It's kind of hard to say Mau Mau, I mean, because they was, you know, they're tight knit. You know, a lot of those dogs was home and done at home and was private, and you know, they still got a name because they ain't Maurice Carver, they ain't Earl Tudor. They is in home breeding to their own shit, keeping their own shit alive. You know, and for those who's lucky enough to have them and win with them, like a few people that I know, you know what I'm saying? They were able to get a name, but it's the line of the Mau Mau dogs that they got, that they won with, but it's their shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, we have something bad to say about them, or something got leaked out, and the next thing you know it, and we start splatter, oh, Mama, he was breeding cold bitches, and, you know, he believed in breeding cold bitches, and that's going to be a great conversation because he's a great guy. So we got to throw mud all over the name so this person right here can sound like he know what the fuck he talking about. And next thing you know it, you got 1,000 other people saying the same shit. That's the gotcha. They gotcha. That's what we on today. That's what we talk about today. Very seldom do we talk about anything other than the past when it comes to us, because that's where it's safe for us to be. You know what I'm saying? It's up to the backstreet and the listeners and the viewers and the guys who really, y'all know better than what y'all do than I do. You know, it's just, what category are you in? Are you that competitor? You understand and see the light in the game that we grew up in? Is that light still shining? Because I still ask a lot of old dog men to this day, how do they got more champions out here and them done less dogs than we ever done? Yeah, they got more champions running around out here these days than we could ever have. And like a lot of them say, because anybody can be a champion. Anybody. You can be a champion and don't do shit if you got the right kind of mouthpiece. From what I hear, just don't have a phone number because, there's constant sharks always looking and being hungry, and you're trying to bring your name out there to be heard and seen. You draw the wrong attention. Then the next thing you're going to know is you're going to hear a bunch of shit being said about you. Well, he got called out and he didn't do shit. They've been barking at his ass. He ain't did nothing. Now you got two gotchas going off on each other. Ain't nothing real in the whole goddamn caboozle. But now they going back and forth, okay? But you best believe ain't nothing going to happen over here in these 4 squares. Because there was nothing never going on in them 4 squares. You're going to hear all this other shit going on over here. But you ain't going to never see this go down because it never happened. That's the I got you. There's the proof. Because you'll never see it happen. And for those who was strong enough again, I wish there was a lot more fat bills why he take the shit so personal. I take it as a damn privilege that you take your best and go out there and really go dig in there and go look and see what you thought was the best. Whether we knocked on your door or they knocked on, or they knocked on your door, you know what I'm saying? Or you knocked on their door. It doesn't matter. It came together, and that's what made great shit happen. Whether you win or lose, when you lose, all you did is made the winner great, but you shouldn't have to worry about it because usually that old shit falls to the wayside. It doesn't change the fact that the man's still great, so I don't know why he takes the shit so personal. He's really an asshole to me, but a great dog, man. I never, I used to love Fat Bill, still love him as a dog, man. Personally, his personality, I didn't see his personality. He didn't see mine. So you already know that's not going to work. But respect, you're always going to have to do respect for me. He's still one of the baddest motherfuckers out there to me that had a very big impact into the game. Whether he started the POR, he took the POR and ran it and made it what it is. He might not have started it, but he made it what it is today. That's all I can say on that. And I see a lot of dogs that he had in pedigrees of some damn good dogs, some damn good bred dogs. And I mean, we see Fat Bill in that shit. So, hey, what kind of story can we, just because he lost to those great dogs, all of a sudden his whole game was supposed to change? All of a sudden his dogs ain't shit with all the great dogs that he got up? No, he just lost to some real badass motherfuckers, that's all. So I can't even understand why he be whining like he do because we put it out there. Because a lot of people didn't know. It wasn't meant to hurt nobody because how can it hurt somebody that's already great and already got your shit set in stone? Because just the way I can sit there and talk about the little 4-week-ass losses, I can show you a whole line of dogs that got Fat Bill in it. He's out here crushing shit. Whether he see that or not, it ain't never put a tent or a hurting on him. The only thing that hurt him was his shit, his personality, not the fact that he's a great dog, man. It's just him as a person. But as a dog, man, he's a legend. So, hey, don't take everything that we say and try to find somewhere to beat it up, especially shit that I say. Because the people that I see y'all listening to out here, I dare y'all to say something about what the fuck I say. Ooh, I would really lay into y'all.
Somebody put in here, just based on this conversation, that you think you saying that Triple J just has some shit? I don't remember hearing you say that.
I didn't never say that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You were just saying something like that. I'm just reading it in the chat how somebody was looking.
No, what I was saying was, and I'll say it again, and I don't have no problem saying it. What I said was, Triple J is more famous now than he was back then. That's what I'm saying. Triple J can pull up a whole bunch of shit that he done, and guess what you won't find in that shit? You won't see him ever doing what Fat Bill did. Period. He even take the risk. Period. No, he's not a hardcore. He's not a Stone City. He's not even a going hard. But I never said he wasn't a good dog. You don't like my rankings, then you've been got. If you think anything different than that, what information did you have to even make that comparison? When I'm sitting here, I'm one of them. And I'm pretty sure he wouldn't take it personal. Because if he's from the old school, you know how that works. That's all I can tell you. You know, but he's definitely a good guy to listen to. He definitely got a good show. But there's some kennels out here that can do the, that would be more, that I would love to see doing it than him. Not taking nothing away from him doing it. Because he's definitely been around and ain't nobody taking nothing away from him. But again, we're talking about competition and competitors. I might be out of the game, but that doesn't change the fact that I got that competitor's mentality. So I don't give a fuck about anybody getting mad about what I say. You got that competitor's attitude. And guess what? We say shit to bring shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't just say shit and be scared of you because I said something. Now you got you fired up. Go get you don't want me to ever try that shit with me. Especially back in my time. I come from that era where you couldn't say that. You take that shit and go sit your ass down or go get a dog. You don't like what somebody say, you go get your shit. Come check your shit with this shit and you find the fuck out. That's how it was. You don't like what somebody's saying about your shit, then you go get your shit and bring it out there. Now, if you lose, that's mud in your face. And guess what? I'm still sticking there, standing there, waiting for your ass with my chest sticking right out because it looks like I didn't change my words at all. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get you in that motherfucker so I can prove my point. Told you ain't have shit. Not when it comes to this shit that we going to put on your ass. And that's just how we talk. That's how the game went. You win, you win. You lose, you lose. But guess what? It got done. And that takes a whole lot more credit than somebody just sitting there running their damn mouth. That's that gotcha shit. The mouth talkers that's the gotcha game. And I want everybody to be, I want y'all to be taking that shit personal because I ain't ragging on nobody. Because like I said, with all the losses that Floyd and them had, with all the damn losses the Bulldogs started having, when I was telling y'all these Bulldogs, when they started losing, they started losing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, oh my God, this nigga talking about. You shut your damn mouths because you wasn't back there to know like I know. Wasn't too many people gonna beat Queen. Wasn't too many people gonna beat Pandy. Wasn't too many people gonna beat Black Bumpers. There was a lot of great dogs out there that you couldn't whoop. But the ones that had them couple winners in there, you know what I mean? And they know who they are. And then it turned around there and tried to turn it into a puppy mill, and making it an easy walk down through there and attracted those sharks. See, they won't tell you how they dodged those sharks when them sharks came swimming around their yard. They wasn't putting out no chum. None. Dogs probably didn't eat a couple of days because the sharks were swarming around. Going to make the whole yard look sick so you don't have nothing to pull off the chain to go get at. Too scared. You got something looking too good. They might start picking on you with that one. No, we don't want to bring that one. He retired. All that shit. Come on now. I told y'all the story between Hardcore and Pandy. Lost a friendship behind that. Even the great ones know when not to go playing around with the sharks. but you got a pride you're trying to stand on. No, they don't want to do nothing with me. They don't want to do nothing with me, but you went and got your grand championship way over there instead of going over there trying to get it off a panty. Not taking nothing away from the great Kennel, but you gotta respect the fact. You know, you don't want to admit the panty's a bad bitch, but you want to, you want to talk about that, talk that shit like your shit's great. Well, guess what? She got Dog of the Year and she made grand champion, but she didn't go through panty to do it. Same weight. Left her out there a full-time winner while you pick up a grand champion. But guess what? Guess what? I'm not giving y'all the gotcha. That ain't a gotcha story. See the difference in the conversation about what I'm saying and what those who don't have no clue, you can't compare that to what I'm saying and doing. Because they don't have nothing to stand on. I got everything to stand on. Because I'm standing right there in it. They standing around it. I was standing in it. So that's why I come out here and put it all out there. Whether it's sting people's nerves or get on their nerves, basically, you know, we can always go into the basement and discuss these issues. And they know people like us, they trust me. Remember, you're out here in this wide open world. We're upstairs. Everybody who used to be know where that goddamn basement is. Everybody. You even want to think about it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think nobody's going down there doing the John Wick shit, breaking up the cement in the floor to get that box back out. Okay? The ones you need to worry about is the ones like us. We the John Wicks. We go cracking open concrete. You don't want to see us back out there. You know? And for people in the basement, that's what y'all want to hear. I know y'all sipping y'all drink talking about, that's my nigga! That's my nigga! I know y'all. Yes, right, because that's where this real shit go on at. That's what real people do. Real people say. That just makes sure everybody got a clear understanding. Don't test them. Don't test them. Because you can always get that. But that's always a basement issue. It's not an upstairs issue. You know, you know your way down there. You've been there before. So that's why I say and act the way I act. I ain't gonna change. Still gonna be like it is. All I'm doing is telling you some facts that y'all had read 20 years ago and got up out here that y'all getting likes and views over and have no common sense on what's being truly said because it's totally irrelevant. When I talk about these people, what am I talking about? Am I talking about the people? No, I'm talking about their dogs. I'm talking about the ones who got their ass kicked. I'm talking about the ones who took their shit and made them famous by doing what? Huh? Doing the gotcha game. The ones who main objective was to sell y'all a bunch of damn dogs under false pretenses like a Beeline / New Air. That's all. I'm just out here, just putting it out here so I drop a Johnny Appleseed. As long as it don't get caught up in the weeds. The weeds is the ones that get caught up in the gotcha shit. You know, the real shit will never get through all them weeds. There's too many weeds and grew up. Ain't nothing getting through all that bullshit. But guess what? Ain't nothing ever gonna grow out of it either. All that bullshit that y'all be listening to, I bet you ain't none of that bullshit, ain't nothing gonna grow out of that shit. You ain't gonna never get shit out of it, and ain't nothing gonna come out of it. You know, might sting a couple of y'all, but guess what? It's the truth. My seeds, I put them in a nice spot. Somebody picks it up, throw some care, throw some water, throw some love in it. Guess what? They ain't no different than me. because they took a piece of something I left there and they took it and used it. Some of this gets stuck out there in the weeds. Some of it get a chance to grow. When I left the game, I left seeds out there to grow. When Walkmall left, they left seeds out there to grow. You see the difference? I was able to see other guys make champions with their shit. So I did something goddamn Walkmall couldn't do. They couldn't get their dogs out there into the game to get other people to win with their shit. Oh, they can win, but give me a champion like I got a champion Mayday dog. Give me a Walkmall champion that's not a Walkmall dog. So everybody gets sick and sorry and mad about that shit. But guess what? You might have just knew the guys. We knew the game. Fuck the guys. Give a damn about the guys. Wasn't nobody doing no pointing arrows at that shit when everybody knew we wasn't gonna never get it anyway. But come on, I bred to them. I mean, come on. But once I got in and started investigating and gave them years to do, because guess what? These are the dogs that didn't work on my yard, even though they produced some winners. But the only reason you produced some goddamn winners is because you got me in them. So I can't take that out of the equation either. Don't get fooled. Just because it's there don't mean shit. It should have been doing what it was doing over there. It didn't do that. And it took me to put this here to make that work. So what the hell? Get mad about that shit because there's more consistency going on over here. Looking like it left, when it left my yard, it's still showing the same consistency when it was on my yard compared to coming off that yard and not showing nowhere close to consistency. And that's what I call the gotcha theory. The gotcha theory, you can't see that, all that right there. You can't really see all that, then you're going to be lost. The game is going to continuously be a feud up here where everybody wants to be the I got you. Everybody want to get you. Everybody want to have something. Everybody want to be glorified with nothing. You know, that's what the gotcha theory is. What's up, man?
My man, Peter Mac Jr. Alpha said, making champion is not easy at all.
Hell no, it's not. Matching dog ain't easy. Period. Shit, making a one-time winner ain't easy. Even for the guys that go out there and take the easy road, there's nothing still. Let me tell y'all something here. Let me explain something to y'all. I give credit to any man that gets in the box and lose. He got more credit coming out of his mouth, more credibility coming out of his mouth than anybody who can't even stand there and say they ain't down to match the damn dog. Don't give me none of that off the chain bullshit. Don't give me that out in road niggas. I don't want to hear all that shit. I'm talking about matching some real shit. Nah. Even though he lost, he's still more credible than you. The fuck? At least he's going out there putting work into a key. At least he got the nerve to have a wall to step over it with a dog and say and do it and let it go and don't open his goddamn mouth. Just listen to the referee and instructions and handle your damn dog. He got more credibility than anybody I've seen out here on these damn podcasts running their goddamn mouth. They can't stand there and do half of that. Dog man who's put their foot in there is the ones you need to listen to because at least they know what it feels like. They know what it took. They know the headaches and the things it takes you go through when you raising a yard just to go out there and get to that point alone. Not even making champion, just getting a goddamn one-time winners, a motherfucker. If you raising some shit that you have no idea, like it worked for them, Is it gonna work for you? How many of y'all out there it did not work for you? And how many out there gonna admit it? Come on now. Nah. Hey, a champion is hard enough. But like I said, the thrill of feeling that number 2 turn into a number 3 is a glorified feeling. To be there to say that this dog made champion, regardless of how he made it, there was still somebody standing over there thinking they could win that money that night. So don't ever forget that part. Give credit where it's due. But if I got one and you got one and I say something like that to you and you don't like it, then you bring your champion and bring his ass over here. Then we'll see if we'll find out. Because we're going to bring some real shit and see if he's really worthy of being that champion. See, that's the way the game go, because competition do that. We knock on your door. You ain't nobody scared of shit you got in your yard. We don't give a fuck about what you feeding. We ain't got to fight, but one of them motherfuckers, you better bring the right one. That's how we talk. That's how we do. I mean, how many of y'all can handle that kind of shit being breathing on your neck? Knowing you got that kind of growling going on behind your ear and you got to get up in the morning and go out there and feed a whole bunch of shit that you ain't even took nowhere close to a box, but the roll. Sit your ass down and go back in there, get on your YouTube and continue watching TV. Don't want to play in this world here. You ain't ready for it. That's what I say out here, because that's what I see out here. Everybody want to be like Mike. Well, you can buy the shoes. That's what made Nike great. Everybody trying to be like Mike. And ain't nobody like Mike. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody
like Mike. Okay? But that's how it is. Come on, y'all. Let's keep it real. Just keeping it real. Let's keep it real. And I hope y'all understand, the gotcha game. A lot of great breedings that you guys are making, in the now that I don't know what to tell you, when I look at your pedigree, because when I look back in the back, that mug could be bred great as hell. I see a great formula, but what I'll tell y'all about a formula ain't shit if it ain't got the outcome of what it was meant to do.
I got Peter Matt, Junior Alpha said, twin. What you know about Flint?
Flint, Michigan? If you talking about Flint, Michigan, look, I'm all up in Flint, Saginaw, and Kalamazoo, and Detroit, and Romulus. That's what I know about goddamn Flint. That's where some goddamn killers is. That's where some of the greatest dogs in the country come from. That's bulldog country up there. That's bulldog country up there. That's what I know about Flint. That whole area is nothing to play with. Nothing to play with. And y'all do your own exercising. That means y'all weed out a lot of wheat. Between them areas right there, you ain't got room to have bullshit. Them areas right there make dudes clean out their whole damn yard. Because between them little cities right there, if you got a yard in them cities right there, you either gonna be in the game with some badass dogs or you gonna be out the game. Because they ain't gonna let you just sit there and feed no damn dogs and think you're gonna be talking like you're a dog man. You're gonna have to show something. You're gonna have to show them something. And if you ain't got nothing, you're gonna just might as well shut it down. Might as well shut it down. That's what I know about Flint. Hope I answered your question, baby boy. Yeah.
I mean, Fat Farm already said the water is trash.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, hey, have they ever paid y'all for that shit?
That water.
They tried to kill all y'all black folks up there. No, you already know what that was about. That was making too much jungle money. Too much jungle money. They was keeping a secret from y'all. I just want to know, did they ever pay y'all? But no, when it comes down to this dog game, Flint falls in the category of Flint, Michigan, Saginaw, Michigan, Romulus, Michigan, Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Detroit, Michigan, Southwest Michigan. I mean, these were some of the baddest dogs in the United States, was right there in that area. Some of the greatest dogs. I'll be glad to come down through here and show you who these champions was. You got to remember True Colors, Abrahams, you know what I'm saying? Suburbanite Paul. I mean, these is all badass kennels. Noonie, that Big Ralph, I mean, Armin, you know, Big Leonard, with you know, Noonie out there, man. Noonie, you heard I said Big Leonard, right? Okay, just you know, yeah, bro. Yeah, that's why you need to come on over here and holler at your boy. You remember me. Yeah, I mean, all these guys was dog, man. That's what I know about Flint. Yeah, they was some good ass dogs. I think Pepper was up there from Flint, wasn't she? That Sly dog that was up there, Sly was from Flint. You know, he had a whole little line of little black dogs that was bad as shit.
Larry Willis said, since he was too.
Oh, well, you know the Natty, you already understand. Natty was always in the dime. You understand? We the heart of this shit. Like Ohio is the heart of the United States. God damn it, we is the heart of the goddamn dog game. They can talk all that shit about Zebo was down here and all that, but them goddamn Glover boys and Stinson and them and, you know, I mean, all them boys right there, the Kingfish, you know, look. We got to give them their time because that was their time. Clayton and all them, we got to give them their time. But let me tell you something. It didn't stop with them. No, it's just the color changed. That's all. That's all it was. We got new names now. We got Mau, Loctite, ready to, you know what I'm saying, down and dirty. You know, the Mafia, like Judy Jones. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Ed Farron come from Ohio. Yeah. And so did my boy that have buckets. You already know who I'm talking about. Damn, what's his name? Ratliff. Yeah, he from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Old Tramp. Yeah, Ramrod from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we Ohio still holding shit down. Like I said, when Akron came up out of their shell, old James Pope got us, he upgraded us. Shit. We put Akron on the map. There wasn't but a few of us, and everything we took out, we was making champion. And we was going up into Detroit. We was going to New York. We was going down into the Carolinas. We went wherever the hell we wanted to go. We just didn't want to go beat up on Detroit and Michigan. We wanted to go down there. We had to take care of our own business in Ohio to realize that shit. Ohio, we posse up together. That's why you think we all family and we all know each other, because we'll jump on a good dog championship. Shep Jr., Caveman. Them Ohio dogs, I'm pretty sure everybody had that, but these dogs, we was like, we elevated. We became hunters. Greedy hunters. You understand what I'm saying? Well, nobody's safe. Nobody. We would leave the state and come to you where you fed your dog, and we do that bitch right there, right by her dog house. Be careful. Because in this game right here, we ain't the ones going in here fighting. Our dog is. I don't know why we doing all this back and forth shit when all we got to do is put these two dogs together and ain't neither one of them saying shit. So shut your mouth and just get your dog. Let's do this. You know, because in the end, guess who's still going to be running their mouth? Mad as hell. It ain't going to be me. I'm going to be over there like, I told that fool. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we get that bag, y'all. I'm going to go take care of my dog. You know, and it's like that.
Oh, I told you, piece of shit. Get the green
Yeah,
bag.
you know what I'm saying?
Get the
You
trash
know,
bag.
if you talk too much and you lose, you're going to be hurrying up out of there, or, you know, because, you know, we pick on your ass. Ain't nothing wrong with getting picked on. Some guys don't like getting picked on, especially when they lose. So it's best to pack up your shit if you can still, take your shit home and kill it if he's a cur. Don't try to do it out here in front of everybody else. Take that shit on out there with them. We don't want to see that shit. And that's how it was back then. You know what I mean? Who wants to take the chance of riding with a cur? You know what I mean? You done lost your money and you done lost with this cur-ass dog, and you ain't trying to go 2 blocks with that shit. And it's something that I know y'all laughing about it, because how many real y'all DOGMEN know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? No, you take that shit home and you get rid of it like you do. We don't want to see it 2 blocks over. I don't want to see it running around the neighborhood tomorrow. I catch that shit going down. You trying to bring heat on me? We gonna have a problem. You might find your shit hanging over there at somebody's house you don't want to see it at because you left it in the wrong place. Don't make everybody else's shit hot because you're a sore loser. And these guys are only guys that understand what I'm talking about now. Is guys that's been there and done that and know what I'm talking about. But you guys that have no idea, you're just assuming. And then if you knew, you never done it. You never felt it because you never done shit. I mean, not knocking you because you ain't never done shit. Just don't be sitting up here in the same room with a bunch of guys that have and make you think that you on the same playing field when you're not. I'll never let you get on the same steps as me. You standing next to me and you ain't got a damn dog, you just got a mouth, I will kick you off that shit. Get the fuck. Somebody on here that got a damn dog to stand up here with me. I can't even call this motherfucker out. He ain't got shit. He talks shit, but he ain't got shit for me to beat up. I mean, that's what I be on. I don't like talking. That's when the truth come out, when you let the dogs do all the talking because they can't read and they can't talk. They don't know who the hell that is over there. Neither dog. Me and you might know all the news, but them two, they don't know shit. They just know it's time to get down. As long as you keep it in those two, this is how the game has evolved, regardless of how we act and what we do in our extra lives and all that shit. It has nothing to do with those 2 dogs we can cut loose. The truth is found right there, not nowhere else. People, don't you ever forget it. I don't give a damn how good your shit is. I don't give a fuck how you think it's bred. Ain't none of that until the truth has been found out about what the facts of the matter is. Then guess what? Don't be putting your shit somewhere that it ain't got no business being, because you run across people like me that will tell you that. And don't get your feelings hurt when we say it. You want to stand there and argue about that shit? Yeah, no, you shouldn't be standing there arguing. If you was true to your word and true to the game, you'd be grabbing one of them motherfuckers calling the weight. But he's bred too good to lose, because then everybody going to be talking about your yard. Be damn near ready to have to shut down because you talk so much shit. You talk so much hype. And those usually be the ones that lose. Because they really don't want to do it, but they in a corner now. So you can't talk so much shit and then you can't cash it. Because then you got to try to cash it. And then when you lose, then you be like, Then you hiding from everybody. Yeah, I had to shut down for a couple of years. I want to start over, things. Yeah. You was down and you lost. Because you couldn't even do a comeback. If you bought the best shit on your yard, that means everything else got to go. If that's the best you bought on your yard, that means everything under that, they all got to go. But that's the best thing you got. You need to get rid of all that shit, start over. And it's funny because in the world of competition, that's how the game goes. You can't take that shit personal. The argument is, I can't stand somebody that can't reach in their pocket and pull out a dime. If you can reach in your pocket and pull out a dime, then I expect you to pull out a dog. And that's all you got is that dime, then I'll take that too. Just because you're talking too much. We're better dime. Go get him. That's what competition do. You know what I'm saying? And guarantee you, guess what? Not even a dime will go make them go and clip that dog off the chain. You know why? because when you know who you dealing with, he could be calling you the whole time. Where you at, man? I'm on the way. Man, be on the way all day and ain't never make it. You see a lot of those. We got a lot of Stephen A's out here in this Facebook, YouTube shit. But you know, there's always a map in a real dog man's. And he probably got buried in the backyard some down where or down the basement on his concrete basement floor that he can break open and know his way back to that, you know, the basement. And if you got an inch of competitiveness in him, you know, it's that urge, that John Wick urge that makes you want to come out of retirement and say, I didn't want to do this no more, but I got to. I was left no other choice. I'm being forced to do this. And his competitiveness will make him go up there and break that concrete up, go back down, and then knowing the wife is like, oh, you promised. I know, but I understand it's in me. It's just in me. Bitch, get your ass out if you can't handle it. I can't change that part of me. I love you to death, but this is what I am. And that's, you know, so many guys in the dog game is like that. Y'all would think it's some weird shit, but it was really like that back in the day. A lot of the dogs, man, you know, the one thing the popos had right, they kept on making that connection between the dog fighting and the drugs, where, you know, they down there profile you if you wasn't even selling drugs. Maybe you just a normal old dog, man. You know what I'm saying? They had a 9 to 5, and we going into somebody who's got millions of damn dollars in drug money, and you know, and he fights dogs. We gotta get down to 20 people to come up with the pot, and he ain't got to do nothing but come himself. And a person to hold his pocket while he's working his dog, and you know, the game was like that. Shit, we had whole combines. Ohio was a combine. When Ohio had a good dog, we didn't give a damn who had it. See, and I'm like that. I'm like that. I didn't care who had the dog. If I seen a bad motherfucker, guess what? I'm gonna make damn sure I'm gonna be there to see him win everything, because I'm walking in just like I'm part of the kennel too when I go out there and be betting. I can get in the pot, I'm in the pot. But I'm gonna be talking just like he was my dog too, because I got my money on his ass too. You know, and that's how we used to be. The whole goddamn combine, we might be fighting each other the next week. We might be doing each other on the same show. But if we going into somebody else other than OH and a dime, though everybody in there from the OH and a dime is betting against your ass. Especially if we seen what we coming with. Dogs like Satan, dogs like Queen, dogs like Sable, dogs like K-Man, Judy Jones, and these great dogs that was coming out of Ohio. Shit, Satan and them, man, let me tell you something. Everybody in Ohio that was in the game ran around with them dogs betting. I mean, when the same thing with Detroit in there and Flint and all y'all boys up there in the Flint area, y'all was a little stronger, but you know, Saginaw, you know, y'all had McNasty in them, you know, it wasn't none of y'all doing the McNasty thing. You know, it was a couple of y'all up there. You know what I'm saying? It sure was. You know, I forgot what the SWAT team in them, they was some bad boys. Yeah, they was all running around up in there. PA was another one, you know, had a lot of great ones. Sam Lambier, you know, little people, little of them, Frank Bunts and them. Y'all act like y'all really don't know them, you know. There was some badass great dog men. Y'all hear West Penn, but y'all don't know Frank Bunts. Y'all don't know Lambier, and you just go pull up Tornado shit. Just go pull it up and go follow that bottom side, and guess what? You're gonna find. Them was them Dark brothers. Them ain't West Penn brothers, them Dark brothers. You know, on the bottom of Tornado. Okay? All the way around. And dogs is bad as hell up there in that PA area too. That's where Tornado Mama come from. She came out of Carolina. But the damn shit ended up emptying the PA, and them dogs was doing damage. In the making of Tornado, them dogs had already set a name.
My man Larry Willis said, if Champion Pepper could talk, she would have said, if y'all don't get this hard,
bitch off of me, and that's
I'm gonna kill all y'all.
And she would have, look, if she would have had a pistol in her ankle, she'd have pulled that the first 5 minutes into that shit. SWAT team in there was shocked. Okay? I was shocked. I told you I bet against Queen. Yeah, I didn't bet with Queen. I bet against Queen. I seen Abraham already lose to Pepper. What? I don't know who Queen is. I don't know they done ran down here and snagged up a champion down there in Florida.
He told me he was coming back.
He told him, yeah, well, you know, he definitely said they was coming back to get her ass. But shit, I didn't know nothing about Queen. I tell you what, when she saw that other dog and transformed like a goddamn transformer, oh shit! What the fuck was that? That bitch pumped up like a bull dog. Y'all know what them bull dogs look like. Bull dogs look real pretty when they cut and they ready for battle. That's the thing that you got to love about them bull dogs. See, bull dogs, they got them bodies. They have, you know, they walk around like them. You know, you got people who born with them masculine bodies. I must destroy you. You know, they was born like that. Well, bull dogs are like that. They built. You know, Mayday dogs, they was coming in like that too. They damn near can, a Mayday dog remind you of Bulls dog, but the Bulls dogs had that look early. They always look real nice when they in shape and they come to that box. They look like old scared dogs, you know. Some of them will come in, head all down. They look like they want to come out the corner. Soon as they see that other dog, they transform on your ass, like, you know, all of a sudden you start seeing shit just opening up, like, what the fuck? And when they hit your ass, they would run right through you. But you get some resistance, when they get tired, they like that heavy hitter didn't punch themselves out. And now they trying to catch their breath. And them yellow dogs, they already crazy. They was just hanging around, falling all over, getting chewed up. You ain't doing nothing. Come on, that's all you got. Oh, come on now, you done got tired. Now that red boy done kicked in, and that's when they start losing. I'm telling you, the Bulldogs, I was around when they started doing their demise. It takes a great Bulldog, and all the great Bulldogs we talk about today, out of all the thousand where they got a brand name, 2 different brands. You got the Boyles Dog brand, then you got the Boyles line. Andy, Cap, and Queen are the Boyles line. The Boyles brand is Ronnie Boyles shit. You'll never hear me change that. 2 great lines, but that Boyles line is a whole lot harder to whoop than that Boyles brand. Trust me. You can go all down through that Boyles brand and see losses, but you try to go down through that Boyles line and try to find some. You'll see we dealing with 2 different kind of dogs. I bet you ain't too many of y'all thought of that shit either, hey. The consistency. You get losses in the Boyles brand. But it's hard as hell to see losses popping up like we see in the brand when you dealing with that line. That line is a totally different thing. Kunta, Andy Cap, Queen, Black Bumpers. Come on, man. Totally different dogs.
I give a big shout out to my man, Cold Mountain Bulldogs in the house. What up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Hey, man, let me get you about this poll, Mo.
Okay, it's 11:14, money.
No, 11:11, but you're right. We're going to make it short tonight, right? Okay. Poll question was tonight, we had 150 people.
Damn.
Voted tonight. Appreciate everybody who voted. Appreciate that. It says, some say Champion Honey Bunch was not bred the way her papers say. Does it matter now? We have 14 13% that said yes, and we have 86% that said no. Thank you, everybody who participated in the poll. Poll will continuously run until we end the show. So if you're watching the show after we sign off and you're catching it while we still up in the parking lot, don't forget to participate in the poll.
Oh yeah, I just want to say something about the poll. I'm gonna tell you like this: if Honey Bunch wasn't bred like that, on whatever pedigree we put on Honey Bunch, is not gonna change the fact that it would have never changed her position on that all-in list. Y'all know that, right? I just want to make sure y'all know that. So whatever the fuck we saying about Honey Bunch is really irrelevant. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right? Okay, that's where that I got your shit come from. Because anybody to think anything less than Honey Bunch, then you been got. I rest my case on that.
Big shout out my man Cole Mountain. He said out of Lorraine, Ohio, from a dog man named Ben Cooper. Toxic Kennels.
Yeah, I remember Toxic Kennels.
What they went by.
Yeah, I remember Toxic Kennels. I remember them. I remember Lorraine. But see, y'all had them top-notch boys, Dodge City and Loctite and Shut Them Down. You know, them boys, you know, Toxic was all right, but they couldn't fuck with them boys right there. You know, Lorraine boys, y'all, they had good dogs, but, you know, the heavy players was Loctite, Shut Them Down. Peoria was Buffalo. Oh, you talking about Bloodsport, behind. Bloodsport. I think he was Northern Combine. He was Bloodsport first, and then I think he was Northern Combine, Northern Coast or something like that. But yeah, same guy, same people. Been around. You know, them to me, them was the real players back then. You know, Toxic was okay. You know, every once in a while we would see Legion of Doom pop up. You know, they would pop up. You know, them was the kind of kennels they didn't pop up unless they had something to kill your shit with. You know, and you know, and they was old school at the same time. But the one funny thing about it was, shit, I was just so happy to give me an opportunity to go in when everybody else was expecting me to lose. Twin and them going into Legion of Doom. Them boys ain't got a chance. If we gonna let them go first so we can get them out the way.
We actually went last.
No, we didn't.
Oh, we went first.
We went first.
Oh, we went last.
Nah, we went.
The trophy thing was. How are we gonna take it? We might have been last.
No, it was last because we was the first ones to go because they wanted to get us out the way because they wasn't expecting us to go long anyway. So, no, we went first. And we got the trophy after everybody else went.
We went got the dog back out.
No, we got that when we got home.
The picture?
Yeah.
The cash.
Yeah. Well, how Cash, we used to have a picture with that trophy when we won. Yeah, we went and got the dog. The dog, we didn't got the dog out to take that picture.
I just remember a lot of pictures on that picture.
Yeah, it was the crew. That was a happy day for a lot of them. They knew who Legion of Doom was. We really didn't know the impact like so many of them other people did. You know, they was happy as hell.
Fat Farm Ray said, did y'all know Cat Dog Spank?
Spank. I knew Spanky, but I didn't know Spank. I never heard of Spank. I knew Spanky. Lorraine, they was some pretty good dog men, but again, they was, you know, they were nothing like Dodge City and Loctite and Shut Them Down, and there was a couple more there, you know, there was a couple more there, you know, behind. There was just a lot of them there.
Big shout out to my man, Cold Mount Bulldog. You know that, homie. Respect the love. We always gonna respect the old H and the dime people, man. That's fam.
That's fam.
That's home, baby.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and they have they share. I mean, everybody be giving art and all that, and them dog pub and all that shit, but y'all don't want me to go down through Ohio and start pulling out shit, you know, because again, like I said, you know, you had those circles. Well, Ben Clayton and all them, they was all that was a circle. Glover and Denson and all them, those were circles. James Crenshaw and all them, those were circles. That's they circle. Now, when we start talking about our circle, you will find out in our circle was a whole bunch of great dogs that y'all talk about today. We was able to take them dogs like Zebo and Art and all that shit, you know what I'm saying, and make them chemistry moves, and ended up with dogs like Tornado, Caveman, you know what I'm saying, Satan, Sable. You know, they was just, you know, I mean, even though they left Ohio, they still carried the heart of Ohio in them. Ed Farron. You know what I'm saying? Even Frank Rocker. You know, this is their little circle. And Ratliff, that's their circle. Well, see, that's the boys. That's them boys. No. When that new age came down through there, everybody started wanting to retire, moving their shit. Let me go on down to Carolina. Yeah, let me go ahead and get my ass up on body here before they end up cleaning out my yard. I mean, even though their dogs were still great, even Handicap got the fuck up out of Rochester. You know, Handicap used to be up in New York before he got out there in California. You know, let the story be told. You know what I'm saying? You got some guys up there who was like that was the best move for him because he might not have made it to be the great dog that he was. A lot of people don't believe he could have won up there in that Rochester area. I mean, you know, we got some great dog men up there to feel that way. Can't knock them for feeling that way, especially when you see the dogs that they was using during that time. You know, he went out there and won in California. You know, we don't take nothing away from them. You got BBK and all them boys out there, you don't take nothing away from them. So, hey, it never happened. The dog did his thing. You know, he still come from a great place. You know, even though he ended up in a great place and, you know, history said itself. Talk about him, but what you going to say about his offspring? His offspring speaks for him. So whatever you might have felt about him, you were wrong. Got to just admit it and shut it up because give credit where it's due. Even if you don't like it, admit it. Makes you a better man.
Big shout out to my man Cold Mountain Bulldogs coming in with a 10-piece showing the love. Appreciate that, homeboy. Appreciate the love, fam.
Oh, he just throw a 10-piece out there. I must have said some shit that made you laugh. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
He said, Henry James says, were there any white guys in the New Jack?
Hell yeah, all of them. Shit,
where you think you getting the damn dogs from,
Hemi, goddamn, you remember Ozzie Stevens ran around with us, goddamn, Fergie ran around with us, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, Supernat ran around with us.
I mean, I'm trying to get them to understand, we in the New Jack,
but
we think we was getting the dogs?
Right, we the New Jacks. We are the New Jacks. We was getting the dog from them. They are the ones who created the madness. They created the madness. We didn't have the dogs. They had the dogs. Once we got the dogs, we enhanced it because the competition, which they didn't have a lot of, too much politics in the shit. We created better dogs, rougher dogs. The kind of dogs that we would wipe out, you see they went on and set their asses down. A lot of them went and set their ass down. Kenny Allen was running around with us. Okay? Fat Bill ran around with it. Them was white guys, ain't they? I mean, Pro Set Tom, he was a white guy. Shit. Mike Stewart was a white guy. He ran around with it. It's not a prejudice thing. It's not a white and black thing. What I'm saying is, there was a time that, you know, we wasn't around, and they was just dillying it around here. I'm talking about the new jacks when we came around. Yes, we did drop a couple new colored seeds up in there to change the game, because yes, we did have some good dogs, and yes, we did have rougher dogs, and yes, we did made a point that you better beware, because we became true hunters. Our drive for competition and our hunger for competition with that drug money that we was having, you know, they wasn't ready for that shit. Yeah, Ricky Jones was definitely ready. Kenny Allen was definitely ready. But how many of us black people can you say beat Ricky Jones and Kenny Allen? Not too many people can say that. Not too many people can say that. Yeah, I said, yeah, I said, ain't too many people around here that can say that they beat Kenny Allen and Ricky Jones. No, it wasn't a whole lot of blacks. We just beat them. They wasn't whooping our ass, let's put it like that. We gave them a whole new thing to look for. We gave them a new thing to look for, but it was a few of us, you know, I mean, Ohio had their chance, you know, Ohio, we ain't got a taste of all of them, and they didn't have very much luck beating us. Ricky, Kenny, no, they didn't have a good record beating Ohio. They didn't. Because there was a couple Kennels that knocked off Ricky, couple Kennels that knocked off Kenny. You know what I'm saying? They were just matching dogs. It shouldn't have mattered what color they was. You know, the dogs don't have color. You know, they don't know that his owner's a white guy and the dog he's going into handled by a human black guy. They don't understand that shit. All they know is when you cut loose, I'm gonna run into this damn dog I'm looking at here. And that's what it was really about. The thing is, when we got involved, the whole game changed because we upped the ante. And we upped the ante because money was getting their best shit. Where they wasn't, them best shits wasn't just on their yards, they was making it to our yards.
No, Hemi, it was not always been like that.
No, it's not.
Because if you can read a whole lot of them books, you very rarely seen black guys in the books. And the black guys you hear us talking about, you give me one that you've seen in the book, or even have books written about them. Now that's a good thing to have a conversation about him, because
it's the truth.
It's the truth. Let me hear you talk about some of the black guys that you know about that you read in a book. Hear me? Because for you to say it's always been like that, then you should be able to read about as many black guys as you read about white guys.
Y'all down in the Carolina, Virginia area, and the only one that y'all can really tell me about is who? I mean, Tony Wade is right down there in the Carolinas, and I ain't seen him in a book yet. I have never even seen Harry Hargrove get him a bit of information as far as a thank you for the shit that he did. So it's never always been like that, Hemi. Come on now, you remember who you talking to. It makes me wonder what era you come from. Because
we're 63
years old. And I was doing this in 82, and I can tell you it wasn't like that, and I was in the Carolinas. So what are you talking about? Somebody's wrong here. Here we go. Here we go with that I got you. Because that's a false statement. It's truly a false statement. Remember, we went down there with Joey way down to Texas to go get old Texas with Joey. No, it wasn't always like that. If it was like that, it sure wasn't happening in the Carolinas, because I was whooping them, and I damn sure believe if they would have beat me, they would have had me in the journal getting my ass whooped. Okay, so no, it was not always like that. Especially the way we cranked it up. The way we cranked it up, no, it was nothing like that. By the time we got into the 90s, it was nothing like that.
Read the journals.
You better check in the journals, bro. Them Latinos and them Negroes was coming through there. We changed the game. A lot of them champions and grand champions is our shit. We made a lot of they dogs famous, if anything. But no, it was not always like that. No, it wasn't. And you where you from, the Carolinas, or you even were close to the Carolinas in Virginia, then you know you can't tell me that because you can just say I was from Ohio. No, you can also say I was in the Carolinas. I got my first dogs. I'm sitting there getting my dogs from Atlas Brewer and James Upwards, and ain't nowhere in the hell you're going to tell me it was like that when I was dealing with them. But I didn't see nothing but me and the sheriff ever at their crib. Not no group of black folks, not no carload. We hanging out, boboing and barbecuing and all. No, it wasn't nothing like that.
Even when we went down to Jacksonville,
Even when we went into Robinson and them down there in Jacksonville. You know what I'm talking about, them people there. There wasn't no bunch of black folks then. Like I said, they was scalping to get some easy win, thinking they had some rookies, and just so happened they was getting their ass kicked, and that's probably why you don't see us in the journal. Losing. Because if they had beat us, they would have probably had that shit sitting under somebody's damn pedigree or with a certificate. Because we didn't have no clue. No clue. And we got our dogs from them. So no, it wasn't always like that. That's not a true statement. You can read for the comeback, but no, you hear me saying it loud and clear. No, that is not true.
Yeah, you never knew if they was black or white because you probably wasn't never down there doing it.
That's
so
all.
to make a statement like that was why we responded the way we responded.
Right, we was doing that.
We knew there was who was black or white. We wasn't reading about it.
We was doing it. We was doing this shit, man. Don't you think we know? We was all in South Carolina. What the hell is you talking about? We all in South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia. No, it was not always like that. No, it was not. Maybe in your time, you might be a little younger than me. You know what I'm saying? You might be a little younger than me, but when I came in this thing in 81, it was not like that. And when the game changed and I watched it go through the 80s into the 90s when I became a part of it, and I can tell you when it got like that. And we was all down in the Carolina. There was a whole lot of black guys that had dogs, but they wasn't matching them like that. Shit, the Masons was the only ones that we can pick up a Fat Bill book and read a story in there, and they'll tell you that they used to think they was white and was surprised when they found out that they was black, winning against all them white guys that they didn't even want to give them no matches. Now, we black folks had dogs to go into. The Masons, we would have obliged their ass, and they never would have had to go to them white guys and pick up them 17 wins. You know, when the word got around that they was black, guess what? They couldn't get no, after they lost that one, there wasn't too many they can get a get back on. No, they had to go ahead and flood on down here with us black folks that was already starting to grow into them. That's what it was like. That's what it was about. The Latinos and the black took over the game in the 90s. Period. And we down there shut everything that was old, shut them down. Did they have great kennels back then? Yes. But they were doing too big. They were too busy selling us their shit. That's what it was. That's all it was. We wasn't doing the shit. They was producing the shit that we was using. Go pick up this shit and go look again. I mean, as many times as I done ran through these pedigrees and showed you these black kennels, you know what I'm saying? If you notice, these black kennels still had great dogs that came from the white guys. Oh, DOGMEN. I mean, wasn't too many black breeders. Vince Cooper ain't really had he wasn't no Floyd Boudreaux. He wasn't no Maurice Carver. He had decent dogs, but he ain't had no long-standing shit that we can talk about today. He had some good dogs and he was okay, but he was none of them. You're not going to give me Vince Cooper over Stone City. You're not going to give me Vince Cooper over Hardcore. Yeah, I'll take Vince Cooper over me. You know what I'm saying? Because he played in the game with those white guys. He didn't really play in the game, but then guess what? Was they nice and good to him? No, they weren't. He earned his. And he had little respect coming from the blacks. Because even he knew things had changed. Even he knew the writing on the wall. You know, he had great dogs and he had some decent dogs. I wouldn't call them great, but he had some decent dogs. You know, but they was never going to be the great dogs that we see today in the longevity of those pedigrees. We know we have Cooper dogs out here, but they're not in nowhere comparison, my friend. Nowhere in comparison, because when it comes down to it, the dogs that we have out there that still makes these old guys of the past even relevant because of the genetics that we have in our dogs coming from them. That's the key factor, and the proof is in the pudding on that by just picking up the pedigrees and seeing for yourself. It was always a white thing until the black guys got their hands on the dogs. And the only reason they got them in, and they can probably sit back there during a Trump meeting and tell the truth, if y'all hadn't been so damn greedy, these black boys, when they took their drug money and came down here and bought all those dogs, we'd have still been down here playing for belt buckles. You see what I'm saying? And that's the real deal. Shit, Gambler was a white guy. I mean, god dang. It's never been a color thing. Get off of that shit. T.L. Williams was a white guy. He showed up to a lot of those black boys matches. He was like a pit bull kind of sore. I mean, it's not a color thing. That has nothing to do with color. Nothing. It's just the reality of what it was. It didn't have nothing to do with cutting them loose. We're talking about what it was. Talking about it's always been like that. What era you come from? You know, I don't like getting into it with you, Hemi, but I am not afraid to check your ass and keep you right. You know, you might have people to listen to you, but you got to stand on what you say, bro. And what you're saying, if you're wrong, you got to admit it when you're wrong, because if you can't do that, then there is nothing else for us to talk about, because you've been got. You one of them. You've been got. If you believe that shit, then you that gotcha. You living on that gotcha theory, because you don't know enough to know the truth. You don't compare that to what I know. That means you don't know enough to know what the truth is. Because you wasn't out there like that. We were. I'm not staying on you, not getting on you, but I'm going to be on you when you say things like that, because I'm not going to let that gotcha shit get out there coming through here, because it's just not going to get past me. It was never like that. No, they had to get used to playing with us. They had to get used to playing with us, because we had it all. Better go back to these pedigrees and look again where these dogs come from. Either they Latino or black. The numbers of the white guys having the great dogs really diminished quickly. Not saying that they didn't still have some, but all them great fly-by names sure got quiet, because competition is like street competition. Y'all wasn't ready for that kind of pressure. And the only guys that had great dogs like Gambler and Ozzy and Kenny and Ricky Jones. And there's a couple more. The boys down there DSK, but they still they had mad, you know. I mean, they still run around, you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, come on, let's keep it real. Shit. Radlip, Ed Perrin, they white guys, but you know, they come from black neighborhoods. from the north. Isn't that not always been like that? The door that we opened up, we kicked down their door. We kicked down their door. We put notices in their yards. If we gonna take your shit and make it great, or we can come in your shit and wreck it. Which way is it gonna be? No, they decided they want to take the money and let us go ahead and wreck shit. And that's exactly what it turned out to be. Plain and simple. All the way down to Rocker. They all was selling their dogs to us. Stop it.
Hemi said, what was a New Jack? Explain. Ask him, do he know what New Jack is?
You ever watched the movie New Jack City? That's what the New Jack is. You're right. That's what the New Jack is, Hemi. And let me help you here. You seem like you're getting a little attitude in your shit, so I'm going to give it back to you like you're giving it to me. Because you don't know what the New Jack is. See, so you can't talk about the black and white shit if you don't even know what the New Jack is. So let me tell you what the New Jack is, and maybe you can understand. The New Jack is when the dope game came in the past. When we started selling crack, making these $1,000, and while y'all was trying to kill all those black folks, and we ended up infiltrating your judges and your lawyers and all that other shit, and it became an epidemic. That's the New Jack. When y'all start selling y'all shit, no more for 300, but for 500, from 700 to 800 to 1,000. So y'all just got ridiculous because you was hungry for the money. And we had the money to do that. That's how we got a hold of y'all good shit. And started whooping y'all with your own shit. That's what the black and white thing was. It never was a color thing. We just, hey, you jump in there, we can get you too. I mean, if it was a color thing, then you wouldn't have Gambler. If it was a color thing, you wouldn't have a Kenny Allen. If it was a color thing, you wouldn't have had STP. If it was a color thing, you wouldn't have had none of them. Fat Bill. Captain America. A-Team. All them. You wouldn't have had none of them. So it's never a color thing. The thing was, it was a new thing. The New Jacks. The new game. The ones you done got, you ain't gonna, you what? You catch a roadblock in the book. You might catch a Rusty Man with Lady Stone in a book. You don't see Mama and them in a book. Shit, you just now opening your doors and letting finally, you couldn't keep Mayday out the book because too many brothers had the Mayday shit that was out there kicking your asses with it. The yellow doors, it was ended up in more black folks' hands than it was your white folks' hands. Or the Latino hands. You know what I'm saying? That's the New Jack. Same with the buck stuff. Same with the Jeep shit. Ramrod Tramp is a brother. Those that was becoming great in our hands. Because we were matching dogs in bigger numbers. You know? If you don't know that part right there, then it relates all the way back to the question about it always been, proves to me that you've been got. Because if you knew what you was talking about, the first thing you said would have always been that way. Like you trying to tell me something. Well, it's always been that way. No, it has not. So that was the first sign. And then to come and ask me what New Jack was is even worse for you. Because you're speaking on something you don't know the true definition to get the understanding of what I'm saying. Now you know. But guess what else I know? Sound like you is one of them gotcha theories. Because the proof is what it is. Can't change the proof. Now you need some more proof? I'll give you a lot of proof. And it didn't have nothing to do with no racial issue. It had nothing to do with race. It's called change of time. And we became that time. Like I said, the door was open for anybody who wanted to take that blast to find out how good their shit was. And the only person I can say that could stand up to that is the people you hear me speak up now that I say I always gonna respect. Fat Bill, Gambler, Harry Hargrove, Kenny Allen, Ricky Jones, Kenny Gaines and Company and them. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple more of those. But guess what? They was playing in our world now. They was able to survive in our world. That's why we can say that, yeah, Kenny Allen lost to a couple black guys. It's nothing unusual. Ricky Jones lost to a couple black guys. Bad Bill lost to a couple black guys. You know, you ain't running around here winning everything no more. Now, take it for what it's worth. At least you're hearing the truth. We just didn't go into black people. Shit, we still trying to find somebody who went in the Super Natty and beat him at least once. He's the only guy I know that I ain't never seen with a losing record. I'm still trying to find out. Jimmy said, drug money improves the game. I see the light now. It was the game. It's worse now than it was then. They got fentanyl out here. They ain't even buying dope. They buying trash. You know, another story to talk about, but it relates all the way back to the New Jack. You know, that's why you think so many of the old white dog men would say it was their fault. It was their fault. Their greed for money. Their greed for money is what opened the door and why we got so many of those great dogs, those great bred dogs. We're able to take the very dogs that they have foundations, and now we sitting up there building our foundations off of their shit. Growing Hard Kennels come from a kennel that was built off of some white folks shit. That we made our own shit, like Mayday. Holland Work was white. Camp was white. Victor was a Kano, and he was able to make history. Something that they was used to doing. Now you got the Latinos doing it and the black folks doing it. Matter of fact, we're doing it bigger than the white folks was doing it. And if you want to blame it on the dope money, it's your fault, because guess what? We was paying y'all to do it. Just like they still paying time. Gotcha. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Y'all hear so much of that bullshit out here, y'all don't know the truth when you hear it. You ready to try to find the crack in it, and found out it was your own statement that had the crack.
He wasn't making it.
It's always been like that. That was the first thing you said, the indicator. Always been like what? Black folks ain't have shit. What they had, they wasn't what? You see what I had? You see what I had? You see what they was giving me? I'm getting dogs straight out of Atlas Brewer's hand and James Edwards. How many people can say that? It's black. My first two dogs came from them in the Carolinas. Kenny Allen sitting up there with a 10-time winner with the whole bottom side of her bottom is black. Stop it. Coming out of the Carolinas. Yeah. By way of PA. You see, I can follow the trail all the way where it went and what it did. It ended up in Kenny Allen's hand with the only 10-time certified female in the world, and her whole bottom black. Y'all want to blame it on the dope game, and it was the dope game. Because guess what? Black folks had a lot of money. And they was making a lot of money. And y'all didn't mind making them spend that money to get y'all dogs. And that's all it was. See, that's what I'm telling y'all. Yeah, what remember I told y'all. You know what I'm saying? That I got you. See, that information, that misinformation is what creates these type of conversations. Me having to explain it to somebody like they know what they was talking about. See, that's the I got you shit. That's what I mean by I got you. You know what I'm saying? Because you hearing the truth, and that bothers you because you've been bullshitting by what you've been hearing. It's not the truth. But you're quick to push it, the agenda, like you was like, it's always been like you know what you're talking about. When guess what? See, if I can come out there and say something on top of what you said, it makes you think twice about what you said, then that should prove to you how easy it is to get you. So how many of you think of these guys is out here falling for that bullshit and out here wasting their damn money trying to get something? And half of them ain't doing shit with it but adding more lies to the goddamn pot. Everybody out here getting it. I got your theories in full bloom. Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. What's that other one? You know, the other messenger. Telegram. You know what I'm saying? Patreon. You know, this is where all the fake shit is. Because you got all that time to do all this fake ass shit while the whole real shit's still going down in the basement. I'm going to shut it down from there. I'm done.
I think that set the fire.
I hope I ain't pissing nobody off. The truth do hurt sometimes. I mean, how do you realize when you've been got?
Circle?
Hmm?
Said weren't they the circle?
Who's that? The circle, I mean, remember in the beginning of the show, I told you Tom Gardner, Fat Bill, all them used to hang out before they fell out after the raid and shit. You know, everybody started telling each other and shit. But, you know, that's the circle. That was their circle. There was no black folks running around in that circle. And the only black was in that circle with James Crenshaw was Nate Newton. But even I went to the James Edwards, James Crenshaw's yard, you know, and got some dogs. You know, James Crenshaw. But now, yeah, I also knew Nate Newton too. But that's the thing that I'm saying. You know, those were circles. Remember like Benny Clayton and Stinson and Glover and all those guys and, you know, Adams and all them. Yeah, that's a circle. That was a circle. You know, just like when we say us with Satan, Grand Champion Sable, Robert T. Duke, and all those dogs, like this is a whole new circle. You know what I'm saying? Well, Kenny Allen ran in that circle. Ricky Jones, they played in that circle. These are guys who opened up and let us in. We didn't sit in Ohio and just do our dogs. We went all over the country. We didn't give a damn when we'll do our dog. You can set the pit up right next to your dog that you doing doghouse, and we'll put the ass down right there. We don't give a damn as long as we getting it in. That's what the dope game did for us. Because y'all was selling us y'all good shit. And for those of y'all could realize that y'all can start ripping off the dummies and come up with a bunch of lies sale, you know what I'm saying? A lot of that shit y'all made, y'all didn't deserve. Because you sold more bullshit than you fed. You sold good shit. Because you know you can't keep up when everybody's out here trying to get it. You picked up a name. To this day, we pick up these damn journals. When we pick up these pedigrees, we going back to look at they dogs. We still looking at they shit. And then having to work our way back up. We still looking at more of their shit than we looking at our shit. We looking at our shit to point out y'all shit. The white folks shit. Come on now. But it's our shit now. We are the history now. You know what I'm saying? We don't have no books, but they need to be some. That's why these videos that I sit out here, they're going to be here as long as goddamn YouTube is open. I hope they hear this shit. And it means something 20 years from now. Goddamn it, that twin said a lot. Because there's a lot of shit that I'm saying that you ain't going to find in a book. You ain't going to find some of these great dogmen in a book. But you'll find them on this show. And it really don't matter what color it is, because it was never a color issue anyway. I hope y'all, how y'all like that? Like that. I know my Backstreet fellas, I know y'all throwing beer now. Y'all probably shaking cans and spraying them. Because that's all they want to hear. They just want to hear their story being told because nobody's saying it. Remember, my viewers is in the back. You can't see them or hear them or know they're even there. Look at the numbers. You don't see nothing in them numbers in this chat room. So where you think these damn views coming from? Secret society, love it. Love y'all too, fellas. Keep it up, stay safe, be real. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Well, right then, let me get over here.
Hope y'all have fun on this Friday. Y'all better be ready to give some thumbs up tonight, damn it. I done had to talk some shit to my good friend. My man, Hemi James. Hemi, don't take it as a blast, baby. Take it as a pass shot, bro, because you need to hear that because that's the truth. You're so quick to thinking we Douglas Brown. There's no Douglas Brown over here nowhere. When I say what I say, damn it, it's the real shit. You can't cross me up. You get crossed up.
All right, fellas, we at that time of the show. We're going to shut this down, but we need, if you like the content that was on today, please help me out. Try to show some love. I need to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Muscles, muscles,
muscles.
Now show some love and give me some damn roses. Roses. We need damn roses.
Just push your hand on the button, fellas, and let me swing a little bit. I'ma swing with you, fellas. I'ma swing with you. Yeah, I feel the roses, baby. I feel them. Let me know I did my job. Backstreet, you feel me? Show me. Uh-oh, Mike. It look like I'm frozen over here. And we got both lines, so we still pumping. Just the video froze. That's good, though. Yeah, so we still live, though. Y'all fellas, y'all see what the screen and froze with me doing this shit right here? Yeah, we gonna leave it on there just like that. Yeah, I'm the dog of the day today. We gonna finish the show out like that right there. Give it to you like it is.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. All right, that's right. Get them thumbs up. Get them roses going. Get them muscles hopping. Look, hey, man, appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody for showing the love. Again, you know, sometimes you got to have these type of conversations. And it's not meant to be belittling anybody. But then, in order to make things better going forward, you gotta at least know where you started at and where it's going and how to make it better moving forward. That's all it is. The gotcha theory been around. You know? And in order to change it, you got to pay attention to the things that can help you change. Like, you know, we had a drug epidemic. How do you change the drug epidemic? You got to get people off drugs. Stop people from doing drugs, then you won't have a drug epidemic. That's how that works. If you want to stop the bullshit in the game, you got to stop what's causing the bullshit. You know, you want to stop all the back and forth and confusion?
Get rid of these fake ass motherfuckers.
Get rid of the fake bullshit.
And start giving them the love. You get some real motherfuckers that really get down there and really do their shit. You sharing space with some people that's doing that shit, taking the risk. Y'all sharing that kind of space with some people who ain't done nothing but run their damn mouth. And I'm the first to sit there and say it. I'm gonna be the last one to sit there and say it, okay? Because it's the truth. And I ain't gonna never stop saying it.
So, without having to feel like we spitting game on anybody, again, it's all about the bulldog, the American Pit Bull Terrier. What has made it so successful throughout the years? The dogs, and the men with the dogs. You can talk a good game, but that ain't what made the dog.
You got to shut your mouth.
You got to shut your mouth and let the dog
do the
job. And that's where we at. Again, we do not condone or promote any illegal activities when it comes to these dogs. Our channel is strictly and will always be for the entertainment purposes and historical value of the American Pit Bull Terrier. So we're not telling you to go out and break no law, but we're going to tell you the history of why these dogs have become the dogs they have become today. It's our history. Got to know your history. Got to protect yourself. Do all the right things. Find another way to do the right thing based on the law. That's all. But we're not going to be sitting around here acting like truth don't matter. And that's where we at.
Y'all don't know what the truth is if you knew it. That's why the goddamn gotcha theory is such a effective misinformation that helps guys get views and likes and something bigger than what they really are. You know, that's today. You want to discuss something, get off the color. Get off the color, because you got black and white wannabes out there that want to be me. And I am at the lowest of the bottom. I'm in no comparison to these great dog men that taught me. None. I'm not conceited. I'm not conceited. I'm just letting you know how good it felt for me to be able to do it. And knowing that's all I ever wanted to do was be that.
Be around it and learn what the things we've learned. And have the success we had. That's what it's all about, gentlemen. So, all I can tell you is take heed, take what you can take out of this, and then there's nothing here that you can't go and research and find out yourself if you really want to know. That's all.
That's right. Everything I'm telling you, you can look it up.
You're not gonna find it in no book. You got to just work a little harder. You ever pick up a pedigree of a great dog and find out who was that person that made that dog great? Not who bred the dog, but who made the dog what it was. You go back and look, and you're gonna be shocked.
You're gonna see a whole bunch of them goddamn old them new jacks.
A whole bunch of them.
I'm one of them.
So that's just facts. Don't let somebody tell you. Go look for yourself. You'll see what we're saying. And look at the date and the time period. That's what matters. And then you'll understand why we say what we say. The people, our mentors, we're gonna do our best to make sure they are never going to be forgotten. Never. Why? Because we consider them great dog men. They're not in books. They don't have a story.
Supernat, you know, he was a good one.
Well,
he opened his door.
I mean, there was a couple of them that opened their doors. But I'm talking about the ones who schooled us.
The warriors. The real warriors.
You know, the ones that opened their door and said,
Looney. Big Leonard, Ohio Cash, Mile. There's so many, man. I'll be back in here another hour ratting off these guys, man. They all deserve it, man. Cause you ain't gonna find no book in there, but damn it, you're gonna hit play on YouTube on Going Hard Kennels Reloaded and see all that history. Hear about all these people, see all their pedigree.
Lockdown Rudy, can't forget Lockdown Rudy. Hey, they know J-Bo now.
They know J-Bo now.
You know,
Mad, all them boys, y'all them normal names. You know, them Louisiana boys starting to step up, step out. Enjoy that shit, y'all. Enjoy that shit, y'all deserve it.
Super Kennels in them.
Yep, Super Kennels. I ain't did enough for them yet. I'm still gonna get on them. I'm gonna get on them without them. You know what I'm saying?
Untouchables. Can't forget them.
Untouchables. Got to do the untouchables.
Can't forget Richard Garcia.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia.
Scoop Boy.
Scoop Boy.
BBK. Remember this? We can go on and on and on and on.
Yes,
but see,
Plow Boys.
Proud Boys.
Plow Boys.
Yeah, Plow Boys.
Wall Boys.
Can't forget the Church Boys.
Church Boys.
Can't forget them.
Yeah,
You know.
I mean, hey, man, these boys right here, they deserve it. They
Let them go.
let them go.
Slingshot.
Slingshot.
Oh my
right.
God, we can go on and
That's right.
on and on.
Florida Mike, yeah, all them boys. Yeah, look here, y'all. These is guys that you ain't gonna find in a book that made this game what it is. You know, that's they shit out here doing that with those old folks shit in their pedigree. Everything started from them anyway. We just made it better.
That's all.
Don't ever think we didn't, because that's all they was trying to do from the beginning, to make it better. We did that. So we're gonna make sure that everybody knows that. And we don't want you getting confused.
Better know when we come like this, as usual. Y'all know we always.
You know it. You know how we gonna come, because we always.
I mean, we
always
always scratch the win. Y'all know what's up, man.
Y'all know what's up, y'all.
Hey, man,
y'all
y'all
know
have
what's up. Y'all know y'all have a good weekend, safe weekend, man. Kiss your wife, man, and let her know it's all right.
Everybody stay safe. Everybody get ready to deal with this cold weather. Thank God we're here in Florida, so don't hate.
I got some real bad weather coming y'all way. Snow, storms, all that shit. They be talking about global warming. I like to know what happened in this country really